See for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
No simple can disarm it. Them fight for the people every day.
people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stand and fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stand and fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stand. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stand. From himself up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said to bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people never respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stand. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stand. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Take them off the hand, but of the most high rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them a do not face him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one who crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Greetings and salutations one and all.
We'll fight for the people every day.
Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Criticize for the people every day.
It's that time of the day.
I saw you stay. From him, step up all eyes on him.
Certain and uncertain ones and ones in the land that we love.
Spread lies.
Saying, hey mom,
Not white.
mama,
Them not no ties on.
there go that man.
For rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him.
So this is the time we invite you to call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends.
And hold the order.
Friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and the enemies too.
Army. No
Call up somebody, anybody, everybody, let them know.
them fight for the people.
Reason with Rattigan time.
Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your
Yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew.
stand. Them fight for
At this time of the day, I'm called a hype man.
risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you
Blessings one and all.
fight for the people every day. Risk
Big ups from everybody all over the globe listening in to Reason with Rattigan right now.
yeah. Our people need to see the light.
Yes, truly.
Turn it up right.
I put on my hat as the professor,
The people every day.
and with me is the provost.
Every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your
Why we call it that? Because it's more than just a broadcast.
people every day. Risk them life for the people.
It's more than what others call a podcast.
For the people every day.
This is a learning institution.
Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people themselves.
And if you haven't learned anything in the past, wait, how long now? 2 years?
Like him.
Mercy.
Eyes on him. Them knows that the
If you haven't learned anything in the past 2 years, sorry, I can't help you.
all the people never respect.
That's all I can say. I can't help you.
Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army.
But I implore you, I beg you, I beseech you,
Fight for the people every
learn something today.
Life for the people.
It's never too late to start. So if you didn't learn before, you'll learn something now and moving forward. Yeah.
Fight for the people every day. Risk them life for.
So without further ado,
Get criticized for the people every day.
Provost, I welcome you to your broadcast, sir.
Our people for food. Now build no houses and now build no school. Take them off the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing.
Okay, I'll give you a minute, sir.
You know the man no lazy. All them are talking about the one.
Oh, I hope y'all are ready. You know, we have some questions for you. It's finals. It's finals day. So not only is it World Cup finals, NBA finals, but it's Rattigan University finals too. And so I hope you're ready. Don't get too nervous. We only have 10 questions for you. Simple questions, because at this point it's somewhat difficult to find questions to challenge y'all, because y'all have been very, very good at keeping up with the discussions as we go through them in the broadcast. But as we address certain topics, if it's something new, by the time we get to the end of that segment, I'm pretty sure y'all have a good grasp of what we're talking about. I've spoken with people that have said, hey, listen, you know, there's so much I didn't know about how things go on in Jamaica. And thanks to the provost, thanks to Will Rattigan, I have been able to learn something about how the government operates. Because people just didn't know how the government operates. It's nothing to really be ashamed of. It's just that you don't know, and you don't know that you don't know. And that's okay. Because it wasn't a big thing. It wasn't something that was really pushed in schools in Jamaica. It wasn't pushed in communities in Jamaica. You're testing your mic, Provost? Is that what it is? One of the things, but
Mic check.
Come on, it'll work.
Mic. Yeah. All levels work now. All levels working. Ladies and gentlemen.
I gotta say, civics is not one of those things that was really pushed in schools. Well, I did civics, I would say 1 year in high school. And I can't even remember my history teacher's class. No, I mean history teacher's name that did it. But I remember it was in 1989. And I got some kind of insight into how governments operate and arms of the government and such. But you see, no, trust me, I am, even as we present to you, I am learning as we look at these areas of government, as we look at how the government operates, as we look at what we can and cannot do as civilians. And so this, as much as it is helping you all, the listeners, it is helping me as a presenter. And sometimes the provost and I would be reasoning in the week, and I don't even know how to tell you how proud I feel of myself to be able to hold some of the conversations, some of the discussions that I have been able to hold with this man. A man who has been studying the law, a man who has been practicing law and representing individuals in the field of law. and then looking at and then looking at some of the things that Jamaica is going through and things that are happening in Jamaica. It's been a real growth spurt for me in the last 2 years. And I'm grateful for this broadcast and what has been happening in it personally. And I hope you all feel the same way. But without further ado, Provost, welcome again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, students, welcome, welcome, welcome to Reason with Rattigan, the program where we seek to educate and elevate. Entertainment comes like a distant third because there are so many programs entertaining you and we can't compete with them because the material that they have, I don't think we don't have the contacts, we don't have the material to entertain you. So we do what we do best, which is to educate and elevate. So, Professor, so many things have happened in the last, I don't know, several weeks. So many things. And people, let me just start off by saying, hey, big up new member, Lindell McCormack. Yeah, yes. Big up yourself, Lindell. Big up yourself. Welcome, 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 welcome. You're going to find this to be a welcoming place. Trust me. You have a lot of brothers and sisters in the chat, and I'm sure they're going to be greeting you shortly. So big up yourself. And thanks for joining us. Thanks to all of you for joining us. There's so many things going on today. You have World Cup, you have this, you have that. And yet you found the time to join us. And it's a testament to the things that we're doing around here. And I'd like you to know that speaking on behalf of myself, the professor, and our support team, you know who you are, support team. We're not giving away any location. But on behalf of everyone, we thank you. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Over the last several weeks, and this brings me, let me just start out with this point. Just jog my memory to this point. Last week, someone wrote to us and said, hey, because we had spoken briefly about the lawsuits, and someone wrote to us last week to say, hey, you know, want all of the money we want to get because, you know, we're not hearing nothing much about all of the lawsuits them. And I mean, it's a good point raised by that person. When you give your trust and your money to people, you have to hold them accountable. And so that person who asked that question, I'd like you to know that we welcome the question. Because we are not an exception to the rule. We've been talking about holding people, holding government accountable. And we should be held accountable where it's necessary. And so you ask the question, and because you asked the question, we have to answer. And I can tell you that you're probably the only person who wrote in to ask that question. But I guarantee you that there are many people out there who would love to ask that question. But they just didn't ask. But you did. And so let me answer you by saying, one, that our tax returns are filed on the website. You can go there and you can take a look at how much money we received, how much money was spent, how much money is remaining. You can go, all of that information is there. That's number one. Number two, the lawsuits. You mentioned that there are lots of lawsuits. To the best of my recollection, and I'm involved in all of them, but I'm open to being fully corrected. I think there are only three. The first one was the one I filed against Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. And if you recall, the judge who heard that case said that I didn't have any standing to sue from abroad. I had no standing. That case, and just so you know, I started the case out of my own pocket. Then we said, okay, we have this foundation, let's use the foundation to support some of these, to support the lawsuits, the legal aspect of what we do. That case, in fact, I got a message from the attorney this morning. That case is sitting in front of the Court of Appeal in Jamaica. And just to give you a status report on the procedural aspects, because we don't want to talk about the substance, but we certainly can tell you about the procedural aspects, meaning where the case is. The case was filed as an appeal, and it's come to my knowledge that there've been at least one case coming out of the Privy Council, and there may be others from elsewhere, but at least one case that I'm aware of where the court essentially said that it doesn't matter where you live. And just to put it in perspective, they didn't say it, but I'm just put it into perspective for you. If you were born in Jamaica and you move to a non-commonwealth country, in fact, it doesn't matter where you live. As long as you have not renounced your Jamaican citizenship, you do have a right. You do have standing to bring an action against a government official sitting in Jamaica. You do. So, again, my understanding, or secondly, my understanding is that the government was supposed to respond to the filing we made. They asked for time. Time was granted. And we're still waiting for them to respond. So we now have to incur expenses to make a filing before the court to compel the government to respond. Because otherwise, if we don't, the case is just going to sit there and nothing's going to happen. In fact, and I mentioned this the last time we talked about this case, a dear friend of mine who's big in the JLP party, he was laughing at me and said, see, I told you, your case is not going anywhere for the next 15 years. And he's right. If we don't do something, the case is it's probably gonna sit there. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for funding, because we now have to pay the lawyer for him to make that filing so we can force the government to respond and just get on with the case one way or the other. So that's case number one. Case number two, Buchanan versus the constituted authority. Remember that case? Case where there were some election shenanigans on September 3rd involving the election of the Prime Minister. And his opposition in that election filed a lawsuit. And we felt that it was justified because we had seen evidence of the things he complained about. And we said, okay, you know what? Let's support him. And the plan was, if they don't correct the issue in Jamaica, then he has to go to the Privy Council. And we were collecting funds to support that endeavor. I spoke with the attorney yesterday. No, not yesterday. I spoke with the attorney this morning, Mr. Hugh Wildman. And I was told that the case is going to be heard next week. And I asked him to come on because I don't want people to say, well, we take money and we don't do anything with it. So I asked him to come on today. He said he'd try and come on, but he has some other event. He has two events going on today. Said he would try to come on just to give you the procedural posture, a status report, if you will, about where the case is. So you can know that the money that we've collected, we haven't spent it. It's sitting there. And by the way, we told all of you that if you're going to support Paul Buchanan in his endeavor to have the election overturned, then indicate that on your
donation.
their donation. Just put on it Paul Buchanan so that we know that this money is going for Paul Buchanan. That's it. And the reason also is that if there's no need to go to the Privy Council, we're going to return the money. And then once you put on it, then it's going to come in with your name. It's going to come in saying it's Paul Buchanan. So we know, okay, we need to return this money, and we know who to return it to and why. So please, people, don't worry. Whatever you contributed, it's in safe hands. The third lawsuit, that's a lawsuit that's ongoing. That has to do with the Diaspora as well as the Gleaner. If you recall, just for phone, he gave me the date today. He gave me the date, but he's gonna come on because, to be honest with you, I tried not to remember it because I said he's coming on and I just want him to come on and tell you, as the lawyer for that, on that case, to tell you what's going on. So the third case is the case against the Diaspora Council Electoral Committee and the Gleaner. That's why you haven't seen me, you know, when I was missing for 2 weeks, that's why you didn't see me. I've been sleeping about 2 hours a night. I've been taking, well, it used to be 3 or 4, but I've been taking all kinds of things to see. I'm going to bed at 3, 4 in the morning, and I'm getting up at 5, and I'm up all day long. And it's not just this case. I also have clients that I have to take care of their cases. And there's one case that just gave me fits this week. A judge ordered me to put in a notice of appearance to represent their 6 defendants in this case. And I had another attorney. I had an attorney with me who was going to take some of them. And long story short, the judge gave us an order and said, you have to file your paperwork by midnight last night, Friday. The attorney that I consulted with, he's not in a position to help. So guess what? I had to file paperwork representing 6 people. 6 people and entities, because it's a combination of people and companies. And I had to do it before midnight last night. Plus, we had to file some paperwork, extensive paperwork. Again, that's why you haven't seen much of me. We had to file that paperwork by midnight last night. It was a deadline. So I had 2 deadlines to meet last night. And I'm not finished. I still have deadlines I have to meet next week. But that case, the Gleaner case and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council case, that case, I was funding that out of my pocket. And the first time we asked for money, first time was last week. First time was last week. Now, here's the thing. I'm not compelling you to give. It's a donation. If you feel as if you want to support what we're doing, then that's fine. If you don't want to support it, then don't. We're okay with that. And some of you, you're not supporting it for some very good reasons, like financial reasons. You can't afford to. And that's why I said last week, don't give more than you can afford to give. And remember what I said last week, if you can only give us your prayers, just your prayers, we'll satisfy with that. And as far as money, if you can only give $1, $5, whatever you can afford to give, don't put yourself out the way. Whatever you can afford to give, we are going to greatly appreciate it, and we're going to greatly appreciate you. But even if you give nothing, and you said, I'll say a prayer for you, we're fine with that. So, correct me. Yeah, and I want to say, I want to say thanks to all of you who have donated to all 3 cases. Thanks to all of you. Now, let me go back and talk about a little bit about each case. The case against the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, it's not a money case. We're not going to get money out of that case. That case is simply for the judge to say what she did was wrong. And that going forward, they need to put things in place so that this doesn't happen again. She's not going to jail. She's not giving me any money. The judge, we're asking the judge to make what they call a declaratory ruling. For the judge to say, based on the evidence, Mr. Rattigan and the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, it appears as if you didn't comply with the rules, and that's my order. That's my declaratory statement, that you didn't comply with the rules. And so you have to comply with the rules, which means now she's going to have to go and make some amendments to filings that she's made with, if she did, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Tax Administration, Jamaica. All of those places, she's going to have to do that. So that's that. There's no money involved. There's no jail involved. That's one. The second case, Paul Buchanan, that's not a money case either. That's a case standing for the proposition that if you violate the law in terms of election laws, then the court has to overturn the election. And they've done this before. They did this for the Prime Minister back in 1998, 1999, remember? And for the court to overturn it, so you have a new election. Not a general election, just a specific election for that one constituency. So again, nobody's going to jail on that case, and there is no money coming out of it. But sometimes you have to support your principles with a contribution. It's not enough for us to say, we think it's wrong. Yeah, we know it's wrong, but how do we make it right? And there's a process to do that, and that process is to go to court. So again, for the first two cases, no money, no prison time. The third case, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Gleaner. No one's going to prison, but it's a money case. That, if and when they're found liable, the court, through a jury, or if it's a bench trial through the judge, will issue an order, a judgment and an order for them to pay money. And we have already said what we're going to be doing with that fund, with those funds. So if there's another case that I miss, please tell me about that case, because I can only think of three. Professor, can you think of another case or more cases?
No, sir. Not that you or the foundation is directly involved in. No. Cases that may have been addressed, that's different. But as it relates to cases that there's involvement from the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation or Will Rattigan, those are the three cases.
Right.
Those are the cases, the main cases, the only cases.
All right. So,
and this is outside of personal practice.
I beg your pardon?
And this is outside of personal practice.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. And Just for Phone said other constituencies should have done the same. They talk that's a reference to Paul Buchanan's case. Yeah, but nobody did Just for Phone, so we only have one. And then producers Joan and Oti, they're reminding me that money coming from the Gleaner case and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, part of it will be used to cover legal fees. So that's it. Those are the only three cases. And again, if you're going to make a donation, indicate on your donation that this is for Paul Buchanan case, this is for the Kamina Johnson-Smith case, or this is for the Gleaner case, or the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Indicate, because if we don't use your money, we're going to send it back. And we need to know who sent in, how much they sent in, and for what. Because yes, we don't ever want people to think that we're taking your money and we're using it for personal reasons, or we're taking it and we say we're going to use it for A, and then we use it for B or C or D. No, that's not our style. So,
and because the foundation is a non-for-profit, if you do decide to just make a blanket donation, that is fine.
Yes.
And any donations that basically saying if you make a donation and you don't specify that you want it to be used for something specific, it will be used in an area that is needed. So if it is Hurricane Melissa relief, if it is tablets for children in school in Jamaica, if it is a diaspora member that is in need of aid and they're really desperate, these are the things that those donations would be used for.
Right.
So if you don't specify, that's how those are used. So it's okay to just donate and not specify where you want it to be used, because one thing is for sure, two things are for certain. It will be used properly.
Right. And Elaine Turner, big up yourself, Miss E. So she just donated $50 towards when she said Rattigan lawsuit, she's referring to the one with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or against the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Gleaner. And I'm telling you, Miss Elaine, we greatly appreciate that, because the amount of work we've put in. Last night I was sitting with my legal team and the person said to me, if we had to do billable hours, you know how much money this would be? Meaning that if we had to hire a law firm and have them take this case on, you know how much money that would be? Because it's been weeks we've been working on this one document. And just to give you an idea of how extensive this document is, we had two of you, and I'm not calling any names, but two of you listening right now provided invaluable information in support of this lawsuit. Two of you. Not calling any names, but you know who you are. Big up on yourself. In fact. Well. You hear me thing? Not, hold on there. Oh.
No, we celebrate them.
Yeah, two of you, I reached out to you and I asked you to do certain things, and you responded immediately. And even when there was a slight error and I said, no, we can still submit this to the court, you insisted. You said, no, Rattigan, we want it to go in a perfect manner. We don't want to cut any corners and have the court come back and say, no, you didn't do it right. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. Really want to thank you. And, in a case like this, you'd normally have like maybe, I don't know, 2 or 3 exhibits when you're submitting your case to the court. We submitted last night, I think it was 35 or 36. 36 exhibits. 36 exhibits. And it took a while to get all of those exhibits together. But we did. And last night, my legal team, they were working on this thing. And believe me, they were so tired. They were so tired. With a deadline, midnight. 8:45, we're still working on the document. And one person said, don't worry, we're going to get this filed in time, because it takes a long time to upload 36 exhibits. One exhibit was about 160 pages. One exhibit. And they said, it's going to take a while. So we have to get going. And I mean, we were in a rush to finalize it and get everything done. And I just say a prayer and just go watch TV. Because I did all that I could do. And the rest was left up to the legal team. And I said, I'm not gonna check my email. And then this morning I went and I looked and I saw that everything was sent into the court on time. Everything was sent into the court on time. So we'll see where we go from there. Now, I'm not making any guarantees about any of these cases, except to say we are going to do our level best. We're going to put our effort into this. We're not going to hold back. We're not going to be restrained. We're going to put everything we have into these cases and let the chips fall where they may. As Merlin Fitz said, God is good, and God is good all the time. All the time, right?
God is good.
Yes, yes. Even when you feel like, hey, you know what, this didn't go my way, God is still good. Because he has the plan. He has the master plan. You don't know. And so you're looking at this with human eyes and human feelings. And you're saying, why? But there's a reason why. And a lot of times we find out later on that this was the best thing for me to happen this way, because it allowed me to look at things a different way or whatever. So I'm not saying we're going to lose. I'm just saying that we don't know. But we've done our part. We're sent everything in. So that's what we have on all of those 3 cases. No, Mr. Wildman, like I said, he promised to come on later on, but he didn't promise. He said he'll try to come on because he has so many things going on. So hopefully we'll get him. And for those of you who have questions about the Paul Buchanan case, you can ask him. However, he can't go into the substance. He cannot. He can just tell you that the case is here and this is what we're doing, but he can't get into the substance because it's before the court. And they have that rule in Jamaica that if it's before the court, you can't make comments, which is quite unlike the rule in America. In America, you can talk all you want, you know what I mean? You do so at your own peril, though, because if you say something, you might affect the case, you know? So that's where we are. All right. Professor, go ahead.
I want to quickly, before you go on, Provost, I want to quickly bring our attention to something mentioned in the chat.
One quick thing, Professor. One quick thing. Barrington Vickers is asking, where are those
That's
cases?
exactly what I was bringing to attention.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
And he was saying, Barrington Vickers was saying, it's raining in Westmoreland, and we're still under tarpaulins. They just got back electricity and internet. The hurricane that caused the damage in Westmoreland, that caused them to lose power, that caused them to lose internet connection, this was October last year.
October 28th, yeah.
We are in June this year. They are just now getting back electricity. However, the Jamaica Public Service made big announcements about restoration of power.
Mm-hmm.
Context matters. Now, you are bringing another comment that Barrington Vickers put in the chat. You are bringing that to attention. What was that one?
He says, where are those cases going to be held? Hope not in Jamaica, because the Prime Minister's country. Barrington, just so you know, the first case, Kamina Johnson-Smith case, it's in Jamaica. The second case, Paul Buchanan, Jamaica. The third, though, Queens, New York. So that's where we are. Charmaine Clark said, when are we going to see Andrew get prison time? Charmaine, it may be long, but it won't be forever. How about I answer that? It may seem long, but it won't be forever. All right. I could just jump right into this. Producer John, big up yourself. OT, stay so.
Wherever you both may be.
So I mean sideways or so. Like, we don't mean it that way. Like go like get out of here. Like all the speakers address MP Angela Brownberg. No, not like that. No, we have way too much respect for women around here. Never do that. We have way too much respect for people, but particularly women. So here we go. Lies are dispelled and truth upheld. And we're going to give you some truth today that very, very painful for those of you who love the Prime Minister. And I don't hate you for loving the Prime Minister. I just want to point out some things to you, and then you can continue loving him if you want. Big up yourself, producer June. Shaping civic minds. And if there's a time, or if there's a day, or if there's a program to shape civic minds, or to find out how civic minds have been shaped, it's today. Because like the professor said, today is exam time. Exam time. We have some interesting questions for all of you. So stay tuned for that. All right, here's what we're going to talk about. The big topics, because we have some smaller topics. The Diaspora Conference. The conference, it starts tomorrow. Is that prosperity for the prosperous, for the people who already have money, or is it for the poverty-stricken? Most of us. Who's that conference for? We're going to take a closer look at that. And then here's another one. Prime Minister Holness' finances. And we say, big man, where you get so much money from? And on Wednesday night, we pulled out something from the archives and we discussed it. Most of you, I guess, you haven't seen it. Or if you've seen it, you've probably forgotten. Well, we're going to remind you of the importance of that document. Because, you know, you hear people say, oh, not tell lie on the Prime Minister. Oh, the Integrity Commission do this. Oh, you know, people, the PNP said this. Oh, you people in the diaspora. Oh. Well, today, we're going to have the Prime Minister speak. We're going to have him speak to you and tell you where he gets so much money from. We're going to use his document, a document that, or information that he has not said, this is not true, or he's opposed it. Yeah. And we know how he is when he gets ready to go to court and all of that, right? But he hasn't gone to court over the contents of this document. He has not said in any way, shape, or form, these things are lies. And you know why he cannot say that? Because he provided the information. So we're gonna read together. We're gonna go through, we're gonna analyze. And at the end of the program, you will get a sense of where the big man gets so much money from. You will get a sense of it. Coming from the big man himself. Okay. There's the faculty, yours truly, and the professor. All right, the guest lecturers today. All of you at home, all of you abroad. And let me go back and see if it says Jamaicans. Jamaican people, a woman abroad. Hey, producer Joan, you have to be careful. We have to be careful how we say Jamaican people at home and abroad. Because remember what the Prime Minister said, you know. He said, just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't mean you're Jamaican. And he went on to give his reasons why. So we're going to show today from a higher authority than the Prime Minister's office, than the Prime Minister, that statement is 100% incorrect. When he said, you know, just because you're born a Jamaican, that means you're a Jamaican. Nonsense. Rubbish. He will say that to people who are, in his own words, people fully dunce. Remember he used that term? Yeah, we don't believe anybody fully dunce around here. No. We don't believe we have any dunce spots around here. Of course, we have people who, you know, they try to come in and meddle with our flow. But they're not dunce. There's a purpose behind what they're doing. These people are not dunce. Don't underestimate them. No, they're not. They know what they're doing. So we'll get to that. Professor.
As usual, we'd like to encourage y'all to be active listeners. Not just hear what is going on, not just wait for something that you can comment on that resonates with you. Just be active, which means you are listening, not just hearing. Be open-minded. Understand that we may not always agree, but generally, if you're here, we're looking for the same outcome. So we may not be in agreement on how to get there, but keep an open mind that we're looking to go to the same destination. We're trying to use our time effectively. We encourage you to do the same. Be present. That goes hand in hand with being an active listener. Comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint, not just to be seen, not just to get a response from someone. Those will come. And some of your comments, if they're distracting and detracting, you may end up being put in timeout for them. Celebrate the contributions of others. This is where you say thank you, though that comment may not necessarily fit in with what we're talking about right now, or I don't see things that way. Explain where you're coming from so that we can figure it out and we can come from a place of having acceptance through enlightenment. And of course, enjoy the experience. If nothing else, you put all these components together, you will enjoy the experience. Provost.
Okay, thank you. Let me say, Yola, big up yourself. Yola sent me something here saying we need to look at this NCB thing, where NCB listed 2 billion with a B, Jamaican dollars, in repossessed properties amid post-Melissa loan stress. And we have to take a look at that and possibly do a program on it. Thanks for that. Rawick and Winifred, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. And Kevin, you please send OT the PowerPoint for the quiz. Did you see that? She's asking for that.
Okay, I got you, OT.
Yeah. New members, we just shout out one of them. If we have more new members, we need to bring them in the spotlight and big them up, you know. Yeah, we have Lindell McCormack. Okay, there you go. Anybody else, just let us know and we'll do the shout out. Every day the bucket I go well, one day the bottom I go drop out. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader, they set out to make a difference. It's never about the role, always about the goal. Lisa Haisha. Set out to make a difference. Set out to make a difference. Set out to make a difference. Let me finish this and I'll. Don't forget, tune in Wednesdays at 8 o'clock for Come Reason with Rattigan, the midweek show that is an outgrowth of this program. Still a blaze fire, still bringing you the information. And while we're doing that, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that our professor has a show after this, and he has a show during the week. So I'll just turn it over to him so that he can highlight what he's doing between Saturday and Wednesday. I think those are the days that he's on. Floor is yours.
And so immediately after this broadcast at 8 p.m., we have the Saturday Stew. That is where I take off my jacket and I put on my headphones, and you won't see me wearing headphones though, but I turn into a DJ. And if tomorrow morning you say last night a DJ saved my life, I hope you add DJ Kevin Stew to it. So that is my Saturday evening from 8 p.m. I generally go until 10. And I say generally because sometimes you don't get to relax with the rebel. Because, he might be out putting together documents or just relaxing himself. I don't know. Sometimes I really don't know. But on a Saturday, it's 8 to 10 generally for the Saturday Stew. And Monday through Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, kevinstew.com, and affiliates. There are a few affiliates across the globe that take the broadcast. It is the night shift with DJ Kevin Stew. On Mondays, it's community and finance. Tuesdays, it's healthy love. And Wednesdays, it's real talk, where we look at the psychology behind how we relate to each other. And if you caught the broadcast 2 weeks ago, where we did community and finance, we talked about how corruption can seep in through the window of a disaster. We talked quite a bit about that. This past week, in Healthy Love, we talked about maxing. There's looks maxing, there's protein maxing, there was scrotoxing, also known as ball maxing, there was vagina maxing. So we looked at, yes, Provost, there was that. And some people didn't know there was such a thing. And so we looked at the clinical dangers of some of these actions that people take. People would take hammers and take the hammer to their own faces just to change their facial structure. I guess that's the cheap way of going about getting plastic surgery. I am not that guy who would be doing any of that. I'm not even interested in the scrotoxing. This is injecting Botox into the scrotum. No, not for me. But we looked at why people did it and the dangers of it. So it's really real life situations being taken to broken down as much as possible and shared amongst us all. So Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, kevinstew.com and affiliates.
All right. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very, very much. And people, please support the programs. And as the professor mentioned, he comes on right after this, and then he's on early to midweek. Support the programs. Not to forget Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, our dear friend. He has a program on, I think it's almost every day. Support him. And we have Mystic. I'm a regular on that program on Tuesday nights, but please, we're asking you to support these programs. There's a lot to be learned from these programs, and we want to make sure that people can't describe you as being ignorant, meaning that you don't know, because that's the purpose of these programs, for you to know. Because when you know what to do. When you know, you will know what to do. When you don't know, what are you going to do? You're confused. People tell you anything and you just jump up and down and no. Let me get to something that happened this past Wednesday. This past Wednesday on the program, Come Reason with Rattigan, while I'm there talking and commiserating and just thinking, something dawned on me that should have a while back, a long time ago, but it didn't. And here's how initially it happened with me. When I was in the FBI, we would have, people would discuss jobs, because not everybody, but some people had aspirations of being an executive or manager. Some people just wanted to be an agent for the entire career, a street agent. And then you have others who they aspire to become leaders. And we're talking, and then we're talking about the unfairness sometimes of somebody who's qualified not getting the job. And one person said to me, they said, look, if you get two people who are equally qualified for a job and you're making a decision about this job and you know one of the people, you've worked with that person, you trust the person, you know the person, who are you going to take? You're going to take somebody that you know. They went further. They said, even if they're not equally qualified. Even if one is a little bit below, the one that you know is a little bit below, you're still going to pick that. It's an internal bias. We know you, we don't know the other person, so we're going to take you. And you have instances where the person that you know is way less qualified than the other person, and you still take the person that you know. It's human nature. That's just how we react. That's just how we are. That's how we're built. No matter how you say, I'm trying to be independent and objective, when it comes to certain situations, your biases come out. And believe me, we all have biases. All of us. Mm-hmm. All of us, we have our biases. So I was thinking on Wednesday and I said, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. Maybe we're looking at the Prime Minister's situation in a way that is not the right way to look at it. Here's what I mean. Most of you on this program right now, you know what the Prime Minister has allegedly done. And some of the things are not even alleged because he's come out and said he's been involved in certain things. But think about it. If you're Prime Minister Andrew Holness and you are you're creating NARA, or you're appointing someone to FID, or you're appointing a police, or a police commissioner is about to be appointed. If you have any say in any of these things, would you pick somebody, not me, but would you pick somebody like a Rattigan? Would you pick somebody like a Tavares? Would you pick somebody like a Mystic? Would you pick somebody that, would you pick like a Jeanette Calder? Would you pick Zara Burton? Would you pick Rosalie Hamilton? Would you pick somebody that you know is going to be looking at the things that you do in a way that you don't want them to look? Would you pick that person? And the answer is, if you're true to yourselves, the answer is no. If you were in the Prime Minister's position, you wouldn't do that. Why are you going to open up the door and invite problems? No, you keep it shut. You don't. So here's what we've been thinking. We've been cussing him out and say, oh, look who him pick right a son, look who him pick the son, look who him do with the Chief Justice, and look who him do over there, so the police commission, and look who him do here, and look who him do there. People, for the most part, you would do what he did. You know why? Because self-preservation is key. It's about self first. It's about self first. You would. So when we look at the Prime Minister and we start saying, well, look who him pick and look who him this and look who him that, what we must be focused on is how we can weaken those fences around him. That's what we should be looking at. Not looking at how we can weaken only the Prime Minister. Look at how we can weaken the fences around him, because they're there to do what? To protect his interest, to protect him. That's why they're there.
Indeed.
And so when we look and we say, okay, we're looking for justice from FID. We're looking for justice from the DPP. We're looking for justice from the police commissioner. We're looking for justice here and there and everywhere. You see what the Prime Minister has done? He has strategically placed people in positions of power. Go back and look at the history of some of those people. They're not people that just came out of the woodwork. They're people that he's had a relationship. He knows these people. And so he has to protect himself. So therefore, he's not going to pick somebody who has a different view, whether it's local or world view, than his view. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. but it does happen because that is life. That is life. So when we start thinking about how do we approach this, we need to start approaching this from outside the country. And why do I say outside? Because many of you in Jamaica, the government has instilled fear in you. And so you will not come out, march, protest, gather. You won't. You'll do it for an entertainment event, but you won't do it for something that is meaningful for you, your family, your community, the country. You won't. You simply won't. And so now it's up to us in the diaspora who have less reason to fear what's going on in Jamaica from government officials. And when I say government officials, I'm including the police. They have less reason for that. So we have to bring international pressure to bear on Jamaica. And we did that. We did with the Magnitsky. And how many of you signed the Magnitsky? Those of you who signed the Magnitsky, big up to you. But how many of you signed it? Better yet, how many of you said, I am not going to sign it because I don't want my name on a document like this? How many of you said that? Quite a few. Because I've been told that thousands and thousands and thousands of people went and they looked at it, at the document, and just to put their information in, they said no. Well, big up to Marvin, because Marvin started something, and I'm so proud of what he's trying to do with the Kevin. Marvin's
It's oh, is it still up? It's down below the miscellaneous.
Oh, sorry. Let me show you something, folks. Okay, hold on. Below miscellaneous. Marvin.
At the very bottom.
Yeah, I see it. Let me just.
And there are a few people in here that said, they signed the Magnitsky petition. Thank you very much. As a reminder, where that petition is on change.org, you don't make your donations on change.org. You make your donations. If you want to donate to Change, that's fine. But your donations, if you're donating to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, you do that on the website or by any of the means we had posted in this video earlier. But if you go visit Jamaica, OJLDF.org, visit the website, it tells you all the ways you can donate, all the methods you can use to donate. Yes, Provost.
All right. This is Marvin's promo for his petition. From Jamaican to the world, Marvin Liquefire petition for Jamaica. Sign the petition, we demand answers. And he's talking about body cameras on police, accountability, transparency, justice, better health care, or people deserve quality care, no more excuses. And here's one, answers for the hurricane relief money. Where is the money? Our communities deserve the truth. And there it is. You can go to, where do you go to sign this petition? If any of you in the chat aware of how to sign this petition, please just put the information in so we can disseminate it. We need to support Marvin and this endeavor. Now, I do know that Marvin is very, very serious about this. And I see where he's going with this. I see. And believe me, people, it could spell danger for the government of Jamaica. He's gotten a lot of people to sign it in a short space of time, and I'm so proud of all of you who signed it, and I'm so proud of him for coming up with this initiative and moving the ball forward in terms of holding government accountable. We just can't sit back and just say, I saw the things set and allow things to happen. We can't. So I want to speak up Marvin. Please go ahead and sign the petition. Can sign the Magnitsky, it's still there, but Marvin is way ahead of the Magnitsky in terms of signature. And so see that? Over 34,000 people signed. I think for us, I think 3,000 people signed, 3 or 4,000, and we've had ours for years. But here's the thing, we don't care about credit, we just want to get the job done. And so that's why I'm saying to you, go ahead and sign Marvin's petition, because Marvin is way ahead of us in terms of getting international support for in terms of holding government accountable. He's way ahead of us, so we want to support him. So please go ahead and sign his petition, because I've seen the blueprint. I know what he's trying to achieve, and it's achievable. Please go ahead and sign it. All right. Let me just take a quick break and play this.
Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online, Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited, and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.
Yes, indeed. We're going to play that several times because the conference starts tomorrow. Our conference and their conference starts tomorrow. We're going to get into it a little bit later. But I see a question here. Dorcarty said, how will this petition work? Who is going to use it for the benefit of the country? Dorcarty, reach out to Little Fire and make him tell you. You will get all the answers to the questions that you've posed. I don't want to answer for him because he's equipped, he's qualified to answer for himself. And I want you to hear it from his mouth. Because to be honest with you, I don't think that I'd be able to explain it as well as Marvin. I've listened to him. I've spoken to him. And I don't think you should get it third hand. Reach out to Marvin, and Marvin will explain to you in a very concise and comprehensive way so that you will fully understand the purpose of this petition and the kind of attention it will receive overseas. All right. So we're finished with that. Hold on a second. Okay. Let me see. We have something here. Oh, let me just put up.
I found the website for Marvin's petition. It is.
You can get it to OT. Make OT or June. Get it to June and have June.
Jamaica demands.netify.app. So when you visit his TikTok, it takes it. There's a link there. You go there, but that's the website.
Yeah. Please, people, go to the website. Go to the website and sign the petition. And if you want, and Marvin is accessible, so you can reach out to him, and he will explain to you the purpose, the mission, the goal, the timing, all of that, the destination. He will explain all of that to you. So please sign the petition, reach out to Marvin, and you'll get all the information you need. All right? Because what I'm afraid of, we go start answering questions, and then you start asking more questions, and then I can't answer, and then somebody go tell Marvin, say, hey, what just so I talk about this and that, and then no, you know, although Marvin, I don't know him like that kind of person who I go just listen to somebody without coming to me and say, hey, me here say you did say this, is it true? You know, that's the kind of person I know him to be. So I would rather have you just ask Marvin directly and get your answers from him. I just want to show you a quick clip here. Listen, watch and listen.
My name is
Yes, Sergeant
Police.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. We are conducting national coordinated roadblock along this roadway,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
In the form of people, vehicle safety checks.
Yes.
We are checking for wanted men,
Yes.
drugs,
Yes.
step on the Road Traffic Act,
Yes.
Dangerous Drugs Act,
Yeah.
Firearms Act,
Yeah.
as well as the Dangerous Drugs Act, Firearms Act, JCF Act, and Road Traffic Act.
Just stopping me under all the acts.
I'm stopping on all the acts.
What's a reasonable suspicion of an offense?
There's no reasonable suspicion.
Of an offense?
There's no reasonable suspicion. Why I stop you?
What's the ground for
The
stopping me?
ground for stopping you.
Yes.
People, vehicle safety checks.
Yes.
And we are using those authorities
Yes.
to check your vehicle.
Yes.
To see if it is roadworthy.
Right.
To be on the road.
Well, unfortunately, officer, it's Friday, but like I said, it's my license. My name is Jermaine Dunn. I'm not a wanted person. I see no grounds for you to get my license. In fact, this very issue right now, to strike down that section of the Road Traffic Act, is what I have before the Supreme Court right now.
No problem.
So I am saying to you that
Yes.
I would ask you, sir, to cease and desist from continuing to request my
go
license.
further.
Hold on.
To go further.
request my
Let me
license
finish.
unless you have
To go
grounds.
further.
Otherwise,
To go
I'm
further.
suggesting
To go further,
that
sir.
you let us go to the station.
To go
Because
further.
I'm not-
No problem.
Yes,
To
let us
go
the
further,
station.
sir.
Let's go to the station.
We get a description.
I said, let's
we
go-
get a description.
What you know?
We get a description
Yes,
of a
let me-
vehicle
let me lean up on the
fitting
car. Yes.
this one,
Yes.
carrying goats
Yes.
stolen from in the
Yes.
rural district of East Portland.
Yes.
Could you fly a chunk from a place?
Me?
Yes.
I will not do that. So
Fly a chunk,
if
we'll
you
search
believe
this
there
vehicle.
are grounds to search the vehicle,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
And I put the last
If
name
you
act.
believe you have grounds to search,
And I put the last name
proceed.
act.
Yes.
Please open your trunk,
I
sir.
refuse. There's nothing under law that says I must assist you in a search. So if you believe you have
All
grounds
right,
to
so
search,
please look what I'm doing. I'm gonna search your vehicle, sir. Look what I'm doing, please.
watch me step aside. Though.
Pay attention.
You must want to join the ranks of people like Inspector Marcel Brad.
Sir, please look what I'm doing.
I'm not looking at anything. Just do what you want to do. Put something in there. Me laugh at this one. I will laugh at this one. One battle. But the internet doesn't love this one. You're showing a big balls, boy, your sergeant. Keep showing, man.
There's nothing illegal for in a vehicle, sir.
And I say, how we jai that? You don't want to go to
Enjoy the
chunk. You
rest of your day.
don't want to go to chunk.
Enjoy the rest.
What? You don't want to full chunk. Go pull it now.
Your vehicle is defective. And I have a full mind carry this vehicle to the examination depot.
Proceed.
Check.
If that's what you want, then do what you want.
Enjoy the rest of your day, Mr.
All right, cool. You know what the lights like?
Sergeant Dale is my
People, tell me if anything there make any sense. He stopped him and he said, I'm stopping you on a variety of acts. He didn't mention pretty larceny the first time. Mentioned Firearms Act, JCF Act, this act, that act. Didn't mention it. Right? Then he said he has no reasonable suspicion to stop him. No reasonable suspicion. But then he said, but I'm stopping you based on all of these acts. Then he said, I'm doing this for roadworthiness, to determine the roadworthiness of your vehicle. Then it went to GOATs, the Predial Larceny Act. This is what ordinary citizens have to contend with. And if you notice, when he said he was going to open the trunk, what did he do when he was going to open the trunk? He opened the passenger door first. Passenger door. He closed it, then he went to the driver's side. This is not good police approach to the citizens. This is not. This is not. Producer Joan, you can put up Marvin's details. People are asking for his details. Can you just put it up for me, please? And in the end, the gentleman, he didn't want to see the license. The man said he wants to see my license again. I said, go on about your business. Have a good day. have a good mind. Then you know what I'm saying at the end? Have a good mind, just take your vehicle, go to the depot.
I guess the only act he didn't mention was the Grammy Act.
So this is what, think about it. That gentleman there stood his ground, right? Gentleman, he knew his rights and he stood his ground. How many Jamaican people would do that? How many Jamaican drivers?
They don't know their rights.
They don't.
A lot of us don't know our rights. Even here in the US, a lot of us don't know our rights. But when you take the position where you're not being disrespectful, but you're standing your ground for what is right, then whomever that law enforcement officer is doesn't have a chance in court, especially if you documented it.
Correct.
Not if they documented it. Because if they documented it, chances are you'll never find it.
Correct.
I'm not saying that they're all that way, but more often than not. And so when you document it, and there's no law against you documenting it either.
No.
And you're in a better position.
But that's how they overstep the authority parameters. Yes, if people don't object, if people don't oppose them and say, listen, I remember what the gentleman said. He said, I have an action in court right now for something like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but most people in Jamaica, they don't know. And so they'll just come out and they open up your trunk, they open up your trunk. And that where is the reasonable suspicion? And he said it himself. We don't have any reasonable suspicion. We don't. And he's making it up as they went along. He's making things up as they went along. And I'm telling you, if this gentleman had filed a report against him, because remember he said we got a report about predial larceny involving a vehicle just like this. And we said, okay, you know what? Show us. When did that report come in? Where did it come from? Who filed it? Tell us all of this.
Mm-hmm.
But I just put that out there to show you when a person knows their rights, what is possible when you deal with law enforcement. And the good thing is that it happened during the daytime, because I'm not so sure if it happened at nighttime what would have happened. Not saying that the officer would take some negative actions against this person, but I feel more comfortable addressing them during in the daytime with vehicles on the street. So that's where we are. No, people, listen. You know, I look around the globe for some stars. Some people that you look at and you say, boy, I really admire the person. You don't have to agree with everything that they say. For example, Julius Malema, I don't agree with everything that he says, but in terms of how he and his group conduct themselves in Parliament with the standing orders, there's a lesson to be learned there. There's a lesson to be learned there. You just don't say you're going to represent people and you go inside a Parliament and then you don't even know how to operate in Parliament. There's a book that you need to read. And that book is a guide as to how you operate on a day-to-day basis in Parliament. You need to read that. And I admire the fact that he and his group, they've read the book. And so when they stand up, they say, I stand on rule number, blah, 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 blah. And it's hard for the speaker at that point to tell them to sit down and shut up. It's hard because guess what? The speaker doesn't know all the rules off the top of his or her head. So what's going to happen is the speaker is going to have to listen and take advice from somebody. That's what we need to do in Jamaica. But anyway, I found this, I played her last week, Saturday, I played her on Wednesday. I just like this lady. Don't agree with everything that she says, but I like the way she structures her argument. And some of the things she says, you could just substitute South Africa for Jamaica and you're right there. Let me see if this is the one I want to play. Let me just put this up.
Olama 6,000. Panya. Nasis.
This video, this is the video I want to play. You could just say this is Jamaica because you know what this is about? This is about politicians promising people things and not delivering. I know you have some people now who are taking some steps. But again, it's in South Africa, but you could easily just say this is Jamaica. Right? You just tinker with a few things. And the overall impression is that, yeah, this has happened in Jamaica, and this is still happening in Jamaica. Our prime ministers promised us things from 2016, yet to be delivered, and nobody's saying anything. Let me continue.
Pani to come and address us.
Oi, oi. Oi, oi.
You know what they say, right? Some gifts just keep on giving. And in South Africa, that gift comes in the form of Panyaza Lesufi, the politician who promises big, delivers little, and somehow still shows up with more support every 5 years. If it's not the promise of 18 new schools, it's then a glitch-free online admission promise. If it's not the promise to buy 18 private hospitals, it's a shiny pledge to pump 500 million into the township economy and spaza shops. Every year, he rolls out new announcements with dramatic flair. And every year, many wait, many watch, many suffer, and keep on hoping. Panyaza Lesufi is a textbook example of what's wrong with South African politics. Make big emotional promises, whip up public excitement, get the votes, and walk away from accountability. No plan, no follow-through, no shame, and sadly, no consequences. He has proven over and over again that in our political landscape, delivery is optional, but theatrics are essential. Just say what people want to hear, and when they forget your last round of failures, repeat the process. But not everyone forgets, and this time people are angry, and rightfully so.
I'm sending a message to the Minister of Social Development that all these 32,000 children that are here, all these 32 children, young people that are here, all these 32,000 people that are gathered in this stadium today, Minister of Social Development, keep your social grant. We don't need social grant for these people. We will employ them to work and stand on their own.
Let's talk about the Nasisipani job creation program. He promised 90,000 jobs for young South Africans. People applied, some got accepted, they showed up to training and work, and then no salaries, no communication, and no respect. Premier Panyaza Lesufi claimed that he would be creating 90,000 positions for solar technicians known as the Green Army, crime prevention wardens known as Mapanya, ECD practitioners, and building inspectors. And many people were very excited about this. Parents glad that their sons and daughters would finally be employed were singing praises to snake oil salesman Panyaza. Many South Africans expectantly applied and waited in anticipation that their years of unemployment were coming to an end. Many were too excited to notice that this was nothing more than another electioneering scheme to get young and old people alike to vote ANC. Indeed, on the 29th of May 2024, many people voted for the ANC that was promising them and their children employment through Nasisipani, not knowing that just 2 days later, on the 31st of May 2024, some of those contracts would be ending. What kind of government uses desperate citizens as PR props and then discards them as though they are nothing? I'll tell you what kind. The ANC kind. With no shame, Comrade Lesufi gets back on camera, puffs out his chest, and claims that he's changing lives. Really? Please ask the youth who went to a Nasispani program launch in excitement, joined the various WhatsApp groups, sat through hours of the program and are now sitting at home, broke and disillusioned if they believe that you are changing lives. You know what? I'll ask one of them on your behalf. As far as I understand it, it was supposed to be a 6-month program. So from 15 May 2024, the program should have been done and dusted. What happened?
Well, a WhatsApp group was created for people that were part of this training. Mm-hmm. And the only messages we kept getting was, we have not received updates from the Department of Labor. And as soon as we get any news from the Department of Labor, we will let you know when the training will commence. So we kept getting those kind of messages until in March. That's when the first training took place.
And our prayer and our hope is that you take this opportunity and you run with it, like the commissioner said. Are you guys ready to run with it? Come on, we can do better. Are we ready to run with it?
So from 15 May 2024 until March of 2025, there was no training that took place. Is that it?
Yes, and to some extent, some of us had given up on it.
Huh? Can you imagine that? Are those the actions of a government that cares for black people? Are those the actions of politicians who want to see transformation in the lives of previously disadvantaged individuals? But when we point out the fact that Panyaza Lesufi is nothing more than a snake oil salesman, he calls us doomsayers.
There are those, Premier, though, who feel that there isn't much to be excited about, particularly regarding the Gauteng revitalization plan, given the wastage, the leaks, just financial leaks that are going on in the province.
But there'll always be doomsayers.
Mr. Premier, is this young person also a doomsayer for telling the truth about what your program has done, or more importantly, failed to do for him and many like him who were deceived by you? Are the 32,000 teachers' assistants who set up a protest camp due to their contracts ending shortly after the 2024 elections also doomsayers? Are they? Are the Nasispani beneficiaries whose stipend payments were delayed due to administrative and systematic procedures also doomsayers for complaining about your incompetence, unpreparedness, and lies? Are they also doomsayers, sir? Guys, we are not doomsayers. We're just telling it like it is. Facts and not feelings. It is through feeding your feelings that Panyaza Lesufi got South African parents and children to believe his lies and vote for him and his party. It's time now that South Africans wake up, see the facts, and stop believing these lies. 2026 is around the corner and he's already lying to you yet again.
Thank you so much, Polly. Now, the excitement obviously is the securement of almost 84 billion from investors across the globe who wants to assist us to revitalize the Johannesburg CBD and bring it to its former glory. I can't hold my excitement. We've been working very hard to package this proposal.
Feelings or facts? Which one will lead you this time? Honestly, fellow South Africans, his game is predictable. Hype you up, lie to your face, let you down and leave you disappointed, discouraged, and some even depressed. You've heard the saying, shame on you if you fool me once and shame on me if you fool me twice. How many times has Panyaza fooled you? How many more times will you allow him to fool you? Let's not forget the 18 new schools he announced with great fanfare. We were told they'd be built and fully equipped, state of the art. Yet 1.5 billion rands later, most of those schools are either incomplete, understaffed, or simply non-existent. Not only did he disappoint in delivering his promise to build the 18 new schools, but many existing schools are still riddled with asbestos, overcrowded classrooms, sanitation problems, just to name a few. And what does a snake oil salesman do? What he knows best to do, of course, make yet another promise regarding the same issue. In the 2025 Gauteng State of the Province address, Premier Panyaza Lesufi announced a 2.5 billion investment to construct 80 new schools across the province. So, the 2024 Gauteng State of the Province address announced 1.5 billion rand would be used to construct 80 new schools. That did not happen, but were there any consequences for that? Consequences for Panyaza? You must be joking. Instead, in the 2025 State of the Province address, the same comrade announced 2.5 billion rand would be used to construct 18 new schools. Shame on him if he fooled us once, and shame on us if he fooled us twice. In the case of Panyaza Lesufi, the people of South Africa have been fooled more times than I can count on one hand. Do you remember the promise of glitch-free online school admissions, a system that has caused chaos for years? Well, from 2019 to 2025, Panyaza Lesufi has been failing to fulfill the promise. He made the promise when he was the MEC, and he's now the Premier and still failing.
Another day of snaking queues outside this teacher center in Mamelodi. Many of the parents here have been up since the crack of dawn to be first in line. It's a race against time to secure a seat in a classroom for their children.
No, online must fall. Because go online. Online is lining. Online. Raise the at least.
So here tla ba re botsore dikolo di tletse nka se rwele ngwana ka misa ko west e le re ke nna skrilek ga o khona hale hante government ya rena ira eng pila ba re bana ba rena ba ye sekolong morao ha one space sa bana but re votela eng.
Some parents wake up at 3 a.m. just to fight for a spot online, and still they don't get placements for their children. Meanwhile, Lesufi's press conferences assure parents we have resolved the issues. But the fact is, no, you haven't resolved them. Not only is the ANC messing around with the livelihood of parents through their many incompetencies, but they are now playing games with the education prospects of pupils, even when their parents are doing everything they need to do on their part. They keep intercepting processes, putting themselves where they are not needed, not to make things better, but rather more difficult for the citizens. Oh, but the ANC cares for us, Akir. Panyaza Lesufi loves us, ne? Wake up, South Africa. Just wake up already. You know, maybe you don't have children, and so what I have shared doesn't directly affect you, and so you don't fully fathom how the lies of snake oil salesman Panyaza affect South Africans, but maybe this one will help you.
Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi announced that the province would be purchasing 18 private hospitals to be converted into public hospitals, but there's still some questions about how exactly this is to be funded and how it's all going to work. And he said, of course, that the province wants to be just in time for the implementation of the National Health Insurance.
We are buying back 18 private hospitals. Does that promise ring any bells? He said this in 2024, claiming that they'd be turned into NHI-ready facilities where people could get private-level care for free.
We've just signed an agreement that will see the Gauteng government buying back 18 private hospitals in our province, and we will convert them to public hospitals so that we are ready for the National Health Insurance.
Healthcare experts rightly immediately called this unrealistic and misleading. There was no proper budget, no timelines, no signed agreements, just another headline designed to make struggling South Africans believe that the ANC cares more about them than those getting treatment in private hospitals. It's the same trusted tactic, isn't it? Over and over again, they say, look at them, the whites, the middle class, the ones who have access to private hospitals, the ones with medical aid. They don't want you to have what they have. And so the ANC swoops in with empty promises. We'll take their hospitals and give them to you. You see, we care about you. But really, it's all performance, clever political theatre with no substance behind it.
This investment with National Workers' Fund, we believe, will go a long way to ensure that our health system is improved in our province.
And in the meantime, public hospitals continue to collapse, underfunded, overcrowded, and oh so overwhelmed. Hospitals are not paying for the electrical and water bills, owing millions, and who's to blame for that? The same people who claim to care for you. Anyway, how far is he on that mission to buy these new 18 hospitals? I've not seen any progress. Please let me know if you know anything about it. Remember the 12,000 crime wardens known as the Amapanyaza, deployed to fight crime, but many were not paid. They have no clear powers. Many of them were only seen during political events and never really in communities that were in crisis. What about his 2.7 billion broadband plan for townships? Remember how that got many township residents very excited but barely lifted off the ground? You remember that?
We are more excited that we are also bringing something that is very important, especially to young people in our province. What we want to do, President, is to ensure that all our townships, we've identified 26 townships, together with MTN, together with Into IT, together with Huawei, we want to make 26 of our townships to access reliable, dependable, free Wi-Fi so that all our people can be in a position to connect. We are of the view, President. We are of the view, President, that children of the poor have a right to do their homework at home using free Wi-Fi so that they can access their services. President, the future is no longer about water and electricity only. The future is about data so that those that are unemployed, they can send their CVs utilizing free Wi-Fi.
The target and the reality were like night and day. Only 14 out of the 205 sites had been provided with wide area network. 25 out of the 265 were given local area network. 19 out of the 265 got their Wi-Fi hotspots installed. Firstly, why should we be excited for free Wi-Fi from you when there isn't electricity to keep the computers and the phones on for that very Wi-Fi? And more importantly, why should you give us Wi-Fi instead of ensuring that an environment that allows for us to work and afford our own Wi-Fi and data is provided? Give us free stuff, and then when you fail, as you usually do, then our people doi and protest demanding the promised free stuff. We need a business environment so that we can create businesses and employ each other. Many South Africans are so quick to just get excited about these deceptive promises instead of pausing to ask these very important questions. This is what he offers year after year. Promises that you can't eat, promises you can't live in, promises that don't teach your child, promises that do not keep your streets safe, promises that do not give you a job. But you know what the worst part is? We let him do it. We let him do it again and again. They lie to us, we vote for them. They fail, we forget about it. They return with new slogans, new programs, new promises, and the cycle repeats again. It is disgusting and it is embarrassing, and we need to put an end to it. It's good to see that some among us are actually waking up. You're asking the questions, you're refusing to be fooled, and that gives me hope. We're no longer satisfied with slogans and meaningless programs. We want delivery. We want results. We want politicians who know that failure has consequences. So next time Panyaza Lesotho or any other career promise maker steps onto a stage, ask them this: what happened to the last promise? Who paid the price for your failure? And more importantly, why should we trust you again? Why? I hope that you will vote in the 2026 and the 2029 elections with this attitude. Anyway, that's it for today. Please share this video with every South African who still believes a promise is being sold by Panyaza Lesufi and his ANC. It's time that we all see them for what they truly are. Empty words dressed up as hope, but delivering absolutely nothing. This is just snake oil that keeps getting repackaged. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Katlego. This is Citizen Concerned. And until next time, beware of the comrades.
Folks, Professor, tell me that's not Jamaica.
Listen, if it wasn't for the accent, I would have said, oh, when was this? Who is talking about? Which are the people in Jamaica? What about? No. Listen, there's a reason why it seems so much like Jamaica. It is because in a very similar fashion, the people have allowed it. In a very similar fashion, we wait for the free thing. As she was presenting, I was thinking about it. A thriving economy will have its residents spending. The residents will be able to spend because they're earning. And so the cycle is a living cycle because the funds are recycled. You go to work, you get paid. You come home, you spend. You go back to work, you make more money from what you had spent. Because where you spend, you give it to the producers. You may very well work for one of these producers. So essentially, you're paying yourself. But they're not sitting down waiting for handouts. Because somebody has to pay. Nothing in life is really free. Somebody has to pay. So if we're going to sit down there and wait, then it might as well we enjoy the empty promise. Put that empty promise on your table. Let's see how delicious that is for your evening dinner. Go right ahead.
You know, she's so right. There's a phrase she mentioned a lot. She said, failure has no consequences in South Africa. And in Jamaica, it's true, because she said the lies have been repackaged. Go back and look at the promises made in 2016, my brothers and sisters.
10 years ago.
Yeah, go back and look at those promises. And those promises, you don't have to look far and wide to find them. They're contained in a document called the Manifesto. You said, these are the things we're going to do when we reclaim power. These are the things. Then guess what? There was an election in 2020. And if you go back and look, some of the same things they promised you in 2016, they came back and they promised you again in 2020. And then some of the things that they promised you that they didn't deliver, they didn't mention them in 2020. And then there was an election in 2025. And they repackaged some of these same things. They put up something about, look at our list of achievements. They didn't give you the list of failures. And when we looked at the list of achievements, some of those things they did not do, but they overwhelmed you. Them give about 100 things, and after you read about 10 or 15, then you just say, okay, I find it, everything must be true. No. And like you said, thankfully there are people in South Africa now who are asking the questions. And in a parallel to Jamaica, that's what's happening here. We are asking the questions. The questions that heretofore nobody wanted to ask. We were satisfied with the snake oil presentations, the fancy packaging, and the useless promises, or the unfulfilled promises. We did all of those things. People, it's time to wake up. All right, listen, we have a guest here with us that we've been waiting, Abby, for a week now to get her on. And beautiful young lady, talented young lady, but she needs some assistance. And I just heard from Sister Maria on Wednesday that I think I forgot the number of people who took this exam. Let's say it's 30,000. And she said only 5,000 people managed to pass. And we don't even know the passing grade. Terrible, terrible, terrible. That's the state of education in Jamaica. That is the state of education in Jamaica. But look at the people in charge. Their children are doing well. They're being fed well. They're properly clothed. They had all the creature comforts. They have all the things to make them successful. But look at your children, the ones who have been consuming these promises over the years, the ones who get excited every time there's an election, and the ones who are disappointed, but you call yourself die-hearted. You replace disappointment with die-heartedness. You say, me a die-hearted. And then you ask yourself, how have I benefited from being a die-hearted supporter? How? My children, are they properly cared for? Can I take care of them the way I would like to? Do they have all the necessities, the tools, the equipment to get them to the next level to become productive citizens of our country? Are we doing that? Do we have those things in place? No. We keep getting promises, promises, promises. At some point, it's got to stop. I told you about the thoughts I had about why is the Prime Minister hiring people? What the people that he's hiring? Why is he hiring those folks? I give you my thoughts on that. And something else came to mind during that program on Wednesday, but I'll share it with you later on. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Abby, big up yourself. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm finally here.
You're finally here.
Yeah.
Abby, listen, do me a favor, please tell our audience we have over 740 devices tuned in, and it might be like 1,000 people. But tell us who is Abby, and give us a sense of what you do, where you want to go.
Okay, so my name is Abby McClarty. I'm currently a rising junior. I have a major in computer science. Originally from Portland, Jamaica. I started college in 2024, yes. For my future goals, I do hope to continue further my education and attend graduate school where I could obtain my master's degree in computer science.
Okay. Where did you go to school? Primary school?
Hope Bay All Age.
Where?
Hope Bay All Age.
Oh, Hope Bay?
Yeah.
Bay All Age. Okay. All right. And you started college in 2024?
Yes.
So you've done what, a year, 2 years?
2 years now.
Right.
Completed. Mm-hmm.
What are your grades like?
I have maintained a 4.0 GPA throughout college. So.
Outstanding, outstanding. Professor. Not your professor, not your professor.
No. I was so caught up in your line of questioning and listening to Abby. Where are you going to school now?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name of the school that I attend now because of the current situation that I will be discussing in terms of like the scholarships and stuff. So I don't really want to say it, and then I might get in trouble. I'm not sure.
You're in school in the States?
Yes.
Okay. And this has been since you got your scholarship and started out on your journey. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Why computer sciences?
I mean, it's technology. My interest in IT did peak during 12th grade. Well, it started in 11th grade when I started to do like work on websites and started developing my own websites for my project for CSEC. So that's where my interest in technology sort of peaked, and I did think that I would like to further this in the future. I would like to
Right, right.
make a career out of it.
Okay. So, excuse me. While in Jamaica, you got introduced. What was that like? Because we know, well, back when I was in school, believe it or not, you weren't even a thought. So, but back when I was in school, we had a computer lab with about 15 computers, 14, 15 computers in there. And we didn't have much interest in it. We'd go to the computer lab and play games. That's what the majority of us would have done. What was it like at your school? The computers and availability.
So when I started high school, as you said before, it was mostly like somewhere you go and play games. It wasn't really much of an interest of the sort. I just did it because it was necessary. It was a class that I had to pass. So that's was where my mindset was at the time. So further on, when we had to like choose subjects to do in CSEC, and I chose IT, that's where the interest actually started building. We started doing HTML and we started creating websites, and I had to do it for my project for CSEC. And I was working with my partner, and it was kind of fun with the back and forth, although we encountered errors, but that was for sort of the fun part, to see how we could fix these errors. And the outcome, we did love the outcome, and that's where we thought that, yeah, this is something we want to do career-wise. So in the beginning, it wasn't really that serious for me, but as we further progressed, that's when it started becoming serious.
How do you view opportunities for someone with your skill set and I'm speaking it into being, your degree, your qualifications? How do you see the opportunities in Jamaica when you get done?
That's a really good question. I really do hope that the opportunities continue to progress. I'm not currently sure of what the opportunity is like currently because I haven't really been doing much research, but I do hope that when I do finish like my bachelor degrees and my master's degree, I do hope that the opportunities will be there for me and other fellow graduates for us to take, for us to build a career in.
Okay. What is the kind of assistance that you are requiring from us as you go on your journey?
Finance. Currently, my scholarship has been reduced by the school, not because of like grades or anything, but because they updated their policies and other things. So it resulted in my scholarship being reduced by $5,000, and they also did come in with other policies. I had a minor in computer information systems, but because of a new policy that they did, originally it was like one money for the tuition, but they changed it so it's like a base money, then you times it by the amount of credits that you have to do. So originally I was scheduled to do 17 credits for my upcoming semester, but because of the new policy and the new update, I had to drop my minor as a result of that, because if I did continue with my minor, it would be 17 credits times the new amount, and it would basically be $10,000 just for the fall semester, and I could not afford that. So as a result, I had to drop my minor.
Wow. Are there any opportunities afforded to you now as you're studying?
I have been applying to internships, but so far have been unsuccessful. But throughout my semester, I am a part of a 4-member team, a tech team, where we participate in pitch competitions and hackathons. So in our most recent competition, we did an app build and pitch competition where we placed third. So those are the opportunities that we are currently pursuing and sort of looking into so that we can sort of get ourselves out there, introduce ourselves more to society and potential employers.
So it is not that you're just asking people to give you help. You're not just asking for handouts. You're putting in the work, and this is something that would help greatly as you put in the work yourself. Perfect. I love it. Provost.
Yeah. Abby, there's a question here. It says, are you able to work while going to school?
So I am allowed to work on campus. So I was working on campus, but during the summer, it's pretty complicated because of the visa status. I am an F1 on an F1 student visa. So if we do want to work during the summer, we can't really work. If it's not like an internship of some sort, we can't really work. If I want to work like during retail or something of the sort, I can't because it's not related to my major. So I wouldn't get approved by the school to work. And if I did go ahead and work, either way, it would be illegal, and that would be
Yeah,
wrong.
in terms of the issuance of the visa, and then you'd be subject to removal. Someone asked, did you do a FAFSA application?
International students aren't allowed to do FAFSA. That's federal funding, and international students cannot be a part of federal funding. Only domestic students.
Okay. 80 is a wide area. What is your area of specialization?
I'm sorry?
I said 80. I said 80 is a wide area. What is your area of specialization?
I guess they were trying to say IT. Oh, they must do voice to text.
Okay. Area of specialization.
So currently, I'm not specializing in at my school. There isn't really a sort of specialized field for computer science. So it's just I'm basically doing like a general study in computer science. So if I did go to grad school, I would be more focused in AI, that sort of thing.
Okay. Jeffy 411 says, bring me on as academic advisor to talk to her. Jeffy, do you have a question for her though? You have a question for Abby? Abby, let me, while Jeffy is formulating the question, if he or she has one, let me ask you this. And maybe the professor asked you this. When you're finished, you said bachelor's, master's. What's the end game? What do you want to do when you're completely finished? And you say, okay, that's it for school for me. What do you want to do with your education?
So I mostly have two jobs that I'm mostly interested, which is either software engineering or project management. Those are the most two interesting career paths for me right now that I'm mostly leaning towards. So it'd be either or either of those.
Okay. Do you see yourself trying to, because you can convert the F1 if you have a company that will hire you once you're finished, but do you see yourself saying, you know what, I'm finished with school, I'm going back to Jamaica to help?
So the reason why I did come to the US was because of the opportunities. There are more opportunities here in the US. So once I do graduate, I do hope to return to Jamaica and further and obtain my career in software engineering or project management.
Okay. So if given the opportunity to, I guess you would do what many have done in the past and start your own, right? Because if there isn't a table for you to be invited to, you just literally have to build your own table. So have you, and it's as an international student, it might be difficult to do it, but have you looked at trying to do a startup? So you did a few AI competitions. So you have some skill sets. You have coding under your belt. You have some application. You have HTML building. You have some tools. You have some skill sets currently. You just don't have opportunities to gain from them. Have you, since you have a team, have you looked at starting to build one potentially? Are you allowed to?
I'm not sure if allowed. Probably, most likely, I hope. But that is something that our team has discussed before, that taking the apps that we've built really seriously and hoping to launch them so we could make profit from them.
Right.
So that is something that we've been discussing. So it is in the works. Hopefully it'll be something that we will be able to see like grow and flourish sometime in the future.
Got you. Provost.
Yeah. How can people reach out to you in terms of providing assistance?
They could reach out to me through my email or the GoFundMe link that I have. Well,
okay, there it is. Where are the details on that? If somebody, I can't see the details.
Scroll down, I believe.
Oh.
No,
I'm not controlling it. It's a producer controlling it.
Yeah. See, look, no hands. What's under that? Read more.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
The story is there, people. The story is there, where she tells her story of being an international student and how the journey has been up until this point. It even includes her goal. Oh, I like that last part there. I'm passionate about technology, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and creating solutions that can improve access to education, healthcare, and opportunity for others. I like that. So on your GoFundMe page, is there a method to contact you?
I don't think so, but I could update the description page to add like contact information. So I could do that like right after I get off.
Okay.
Yeah, because there and the GoFundMe is the link for those of you who are listening is placed in the chat, so you can go there and go ahead and look up information yourself. There's a suggestion to look up Bottom Line Counseling. That might be able to give you some assistance. Also, might be able to direct you, advise you. I don't know, help somewhat. Thank you, Jeffy, for that.
Yeah. You know what we should do? We should put Jeffy in touch with Abby. That's what we should do.
Great. So this is where your contact information comes in handy, Abby, because we have listeners on here, and we don't know all of them personally. In fact, the majority of them we do not. However, someone like Jeffy, who says they're an academic advisor, they would probably have tools or resources that would be able to help you. And considering that there's a connection, there's a relatable factor, they may go the extra mile to give you some added assistance.
And you know what? I'm getting a text message here from one of our strong supporters, and they're saying there are quite a few startup small businesses that might be interested in hiring her to assist with building their websites and social media platforms. Have you explored that?
No.
But
business. I'm sorry.
But you would be able to work for a startup doing this kind of thing, though.
Yes.
All right.
So that would be considered an internship, which I would be able to do.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ask. We're not calling names on program, but I'm gonna ask the lady. It's a lady who just sent me this to reach out to you. So we're gonna need your details so that people can actually reach out to you, because sometimes we have some people who, there it is, Abby. You can text your email.
Okay.
Because we have folks here, they like to help, and they like to help anonymously. They don't want to come out and do things like that. So, and some of these they don't need middle people. They want to talk to you directly. So you need to give us your personal information that you feel comfortable, your contact information that you feel comfortable leaving with us, so we can pass it on to them, and then you can have a direct conversation with them.
Okay. So do I type it in the chat? Or
yeah.
How do I do this? Oh, here we go.
Well, yeah, you could try that.
Let me see.
Elaine, so this is where the diaspora elections come into.
Elaine is so right. Elaine is so right. Elaine, you're on point. You're on point, my dear. You're on point. You're on point. That's why we love you so much, Ronnie. Like, this is exactly something like this. This is what we're talking about, people. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, right? They're having we'll get to it, but they're having their conference tomorrow. And we're saying this is exactly why they should function as a 501c3, so that people like Abby could turn to them and say, look, I need a little help. And they could say, look, we can't help you completely, but we can give you a push start. We can help you. This is what it's all about. But instead, it's something completely different.
Right. And Colleen James in the chat says you can develop a website for her business. So here it is. You have an opportunity. There are individuals who are listening that have businesses that probably need an updated website. They need a website. They need to be able to contact, to provide that platform to be reached. Here is Colleen James. So this is where your contact information comes in handy. So did you type it in the chat? I don't see it.
I typed it in the chat.
Okay. All right. You wanna tell me what it is?
Okay. So it's ABBIONMCLARTY98@gmail.com.
That's it. Mr. Something from Ilian. I want to go back to it. Ilian. I think Ilian. Somebody must have.
No.
It's Ilian, right? Go ahead, Abby.
Sorry, Provost.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anybody trying to exploit Abian. I don't want anybody trying to do anything nefarious by using her email address in any kind of way. Please remember, the provost is retired from the FBI. And where that is concerned, there are still contacts. So it would behoove you to stay straight.
Right. And Abby, if you get an email and you're not sure about it, you don't mess around with it. But if you get people trying to bother you, just please, to reach me. Just give me a call. By the way, people, full disclosure, I know Abby's family, but this is my first time meeting her. But I know her family, and I know her family very well. And we're not gonna sit by and watch anybody do anything nefarious to her or any one of you out there. You run into problems. You as long as you're on the Rattigan platform and you run into problems, you give us a call. You give us a call. All right. So, is there anything else, Abby, before you go? We just want to make sure. And people, I'm asking, I'm begging you, beseeching you, please help this young lady. She has the talent. She just needs a little assistance. And that's why we're here. We're here to help each other. My mother used to tell me, one hand washes the other and both hands wash the face. Help her, because you'll be helping yourself. And because think about how you would feel to know that you had a hand in having her achieve her goals. And then it would be incumbent upon Abby to make sure that when she starts to step up in life, that she make sure she's put her hand out like this and she helps somebody. It's not about self, it's about community. So please, I'm asking all of you, reach out to Abby and make sure that whatever her needs are, that they're taken care of. And Abby, you will be hearing from us as well, because we can ask people to assist and we're not providing some assistance. So we're going to provide some assistance as well. All right.
And look out for that contact email from Colleen James.
Okay.
Because that you got some work to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, OT, can move. Yeah. So Abby, we have to run now. But is there? First of all, I want to thank you for your patience, because you've been very patient with us. You could have cut me out, and said, "No, what you doing?" So I want to thank you for your patience, and I also want to thank you for being who you are, to make your family proud. Because I'm telling you, I'm beaming with pride right now, because I know your mother is watching this program, and I know you know the thing said, right? So before you go though, any parting words for us? And by the way, I want you to know that we're not going to leave you out there by yourself. You can always reach out to us. All right? Any parting? Well, before I say that, Professor, anything you want to say before?
No, you said it well.
Abby, floor is yours.
Okay, so I just want to thank you guys so much for allowing me to come on here. I know we've had some technical difficulties. So I just want to thank you again so much for trying with me. And I just want to thank everybody for reaching out or commenting or sharing some advice of how I could benefit. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, again.
All right, David. Look, you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
We're with you. All right.
Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
You're welcome. Take care.
Yes, people. Abby, nice young lady. And again, this is what the Global Jamaica Diaspora should be doing. The Global Jamaica Diaspora should be able to accommodate somebody like Abby and say, listen, we're going to provide you with advice. It's not always about money, you know. Sometimes it's about inspiring someone. Sometimes it's about advice. It's about giving someone advice, not necessarily funding. Right?
Point them in the right direction.
Yeah.
Let them know who they can actually talk to.
Yes. You know what? As we talk about that, I was thinking about a question that's on the test. People, at 5:30 sharp, we're going to start the exam, because at 6 we have Earl Walker, my brethren, otherwise known as Bone Man. He's coming on to talk to us about an initiative he has for Jamaica in terms of wheelchairs and some other things. In fact, I have some wheelchairs here that I have to give him. And I have some brethren who I have to go check them next week, because I've been so busy. Bim and bam, big up on yourself.
Yeah.
But we have 7 minutes before we get there. We have the exam at 5:30. But let me just play this, Kevin, and then we'll talk a little bit. We have 7 minutes. Here we go.
Not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
Then what can go? So somebody please explain this to me, man.
Listen again, people. Listen.
It is not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
Then what can go? So somebody please explain this to me, man.
It is not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It's the choices you make for your country. So what about somebody who is poverty-stricken and can't make a choice? Are they Jamaicans? You hear what you said? It's the choices you make, not for yourself, but for your country. What if you can't even make choices for yourself, much less your country? Are you a Jamaican? Based on this reasoning, you are not. You're not. You're not a Jamaican, but let me show you something.
I think them take come a Jamaican kid.
This is the kind of nonsense we hear. Kevin, where the Constitution there?
PMIC.
Okay, hold on. Is it
That was where I think that was where I had put it. You found it?
No, it's not there. Look inside and see if you can find it for me. Again, people, remember, it is not your birth that makes you a Jamaican. Being born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make for your country.
For your country.
For your country. Who said that? Our Prime Minister said that. It is not your birth that makes you a Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country. Wait there, Kevin.
1 second. I had to come out and go back in. And, you know, that makes me ask a question, though, as this is coming up.
No, another one. Look for the other one. We actually set it. We actually prepped it.
The choices that have been made to this point, who are those choices for? Because I don't see where Jamaicans have benefited.
No. Think about it. The choices you've made. Somebody should have asked him, well, what do you mean choices? What kind of choices you make for your country? What kind of...
Right.
Explain that. What do you mean by that? That is the choices you make for your country. What does that mean? And I guarantee you he won't be able to answer. He will not be able to answer. Because you know why he won't be able to answer? It's nonsense. And he knows it. But you know why he said that? Let's put it in context. He said that because he was debating Mark Golding, leader of the opposition, and there was a question as to Mark Golding's loyalty. Because Mark Golding, at the time, had British citizenship. So in a veiled way, he's referring to it and he's jabbing Mark Golding. And he's saying, hey, just because you say you're born in Jamaica, it doesn't make you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make. So then the question you should have asked, people should have asked him is, okay, if are you referring to Mark Golding? And if you're referring to Mark Golding, what choices has he made that you think are not in the best interest of Jamaica and Jamaicans? What choices?
Right.
Yeah. So you find it? It's the one with the feather. It's the one with the feather.
Yeah. I know. This thing is moving slow for me.
Maybe I can find it over here. Hold on a second.
Yeah. And so...
Oh, yeah, here it is.
There's a question of what choices has Mark Golding made that is so detrimental to Jamaica. But in addition to that, there are the questions that what choices has the Prime Minister made for Jamaica that has put Jamaica in such a better position?
Right.
Since the elections last year and prior to the elections last year, we still have hospitals that are in disrepair. We still have police stations that don't have ballistic vests and riot gear and transportation. We still have schools that cannot provide proper education services for children. We still have communities that have bridges that have holes in them that people are falling through to their deaths. So where are the choices that have been made for Jamaica that put Jamaicans in a better position? And I'm talking about the Jamaican that people don't know them internationally. The Jamaicans that can't get up in the middle of the night and say, you know what? I feel like I want to go Miami for the weekend and just book a ticket.
Right.
The Jamaicans that can't send their children to school in a foreign country without even thinking twice. Where are the choices made for these Jamaicans?
Well, take a look at this. Let me play it again.
It's not your birth that makes you Jamaican. It is the choices you make for your country.
No, that is supposed to be coming from a doctor, man, you know, right? Someone is a doctor, right? Choices you make for your country, not your birth. And like Walk Like a Champion said, Mark Golding had relinquished his citizenship, British citizenship prior to the debate, but yet still Prime Minister need him. I have a question for the Prime Minister when he made that statement.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
And here is the answer. He lied when he said it's not your country of birth. It's not being born in Jamaica that makes you a Jamaican. It's the choices you make for your country. It's nonsense. Here, you know what this is, people? This is the Jamaican Constitution, right? The lifeblood of Jamaica. This is what governs Jamaica. Whether we like it or not, that's a separate conversation, whether it's in our best interest or not. But for now, this is what we use to govern Jamaica. Everything that you see happening comes from a source, and this is the source, the Jamaican Constitution. Here's what it says. Big it up for me, Kevin. Let me get to it quick, and fast. See it right there, so. You can get it bigger?
Yeah, man.
One more time. All right. One more time if you can. Or that's it.
No,
all right.
Well, there's so
no, can I see it?
Can see the screen. Yeah, man. Big.
Right. Hear what it says, people. A person may, in accordance with the provisions of this chapter, become a citizen of Jamaica. By what? Look at the first one.
Birth.
And hear what him said. Just because you're born in Jamaica don't make you a Jamaican. But this says you're a citizen of Jamaica if you're born in Jamaica.
So, make you a citizen, it don't make you Jamaican.
Eh?
They make you a citizen, but it don't make you Jamaican.
It don't make you Jamaican. Yeah. But look at what it says. It says a citizen of Jamaica. And the citizen of Jamaica is called what? A Jamaican. So, Mr. Prime Minister, don't be upset. Ask this question.
Did the minister lie? Did the minister lie?
Because here's why, Mr. Prime Minister, you said them things there because of foolishness like what this man said.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They are dunce.
Oh
they
my
are dark and they're stupid.
Well, we want them to know that around here we're not dunce, we're dark. Dark in complexion. Yeah, but we're not stupid. If you're born in Jamaica, you're a Jamaican. It's that simple. It's not choices that you make for Jamaica. It's not choices that you make for Jamaica. So what is he telling me now? That all the criminals then in Jamaica who committed acts against the state, that they're not Jamaican? Then if they're not Jamaican, I was just about to say that. If they're not Jamaican, where they're from, send them back. They have them do their time, and then you send them from whence they came. The criminals who were born in Jamaica, they didn't make good choices for the country. And because they didn't make good choices for the country, they're not Jamaican. So where are you going to send them? Eswatini? That's where you're going to send them? Come on, Mr. Prime Minister, man. Do better than that. All right. Time for the exam. But the exam, Kevin?
At the end of the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, all right. Why have a sudden this looks so big? The comments side over here also look big. All right.
We can fix that, you know. Hold on. Let me borrow this.
All right, borrow it and fix it for me. Yes, people. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Back. All right, let me get to the where is it?
Presentation.
Yeah, man, I look fit or something. I don't see it.
Did you remove it?
I did remove it. You can't bring it back.
That's why you don't see it.
Let me just play this while they bring it back. Oh, let me play this.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online, Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people for the people.
See there? Let me move that, Kevin. All right, you can put up the thing, you know. Exam time, people, exam time, exam time, exam time. Students, 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 students. Pens, pencils, notepad. It's that time. It's been a while, but we're going to find out how many of you have retained the information that we've provided. And believe me, I expect nothing less than 100% from all of you, because these are topics that we've gone over time and time and time again. Not only have we mentioned these topics, including the questions, some of the questions are verbatim from some of our shows, but we've given you an analysis of the answer. We've asked the question, we've given you the answer, and we've given you an analysis of the answer. So, this is it, Kevin. Click on this.
Yes, yes.
Okay, here we go. All right. Oh, DJ Kevin's too. We'll talk about that. And of course, oh, let me before quickly. Tonight I won't be on because duty calls elsewhere, you know, and that duty is KNICKS. So we have to go deal with that. I have to go deal with that. So the music thing, but believe me, I have a very nice selection of South African club music and we call Afrobeat. You're gonna love it, trust me. And we're gonna discuss. I'm gonna describe my experience in going to nightclubs in Johannesburg, in Pretoria, in Durban, in Cape Town, and I'm gonna kind of like set the scene so that when you hear the music, you'll understand and you'll feel it. You will feel it immediately because guess what? It's coming from the motherland. You're going to feel it. But we'll put that off until next week. All right. Final exam today, June 13th. And then summer school begins July 4th. All right, here we go. Now ready?
Jeff 508 said, my God, because I hate being tested. It bring back PTSD from high school teachers. Call me out.
All right, here we go. Don't run. If you sat in the class, you cannot run. You cannot run. All right? You have to take the exam. You can't run. She's not going anywhere, trust me. She's just saying that. All right, here we go. First question. If there's a question about a procedure in Parliament and it is not covered by the standing orders, how do you resolve the issue? Let me break that down. There's a question in Parliament about some procedural issue, right? And that issue is not in the standing orders. It's not covered. Question is, how do you deal with that? Answer option is you ask the Governor General to resolve it. Or you ask the Attorney General to resolve it. 3, you ask the DPP. And 4, none of the above. So, producer June, put up that if you're going and when you answer the question, please make sure that you put the question. So for example, you put 1 and then you put your answer. So it's 1A, 1B, 1C, or 1D. All right. Make us see what we have there now. D1C. Okay.
1B.
Come on, students. It's an easy question. 1D. Keep going. Remember, put the question, the number, and then your selection. So, Yason said do a poll, it's easier. We have to do the poll next time, Yason. We can't do the poll right now. As we go along, we are learning and we are developed. But for right now, somebody said 1B. Okay. Oh, Elaine, the Governor General, know nothing. That's
definitely not 1A for her answer.
Personal. Sound like you have something against the Governor General, Elaine. Oh, look at this. Judith Edwards said GG dead. Into the parliament. Yason 1D. All right. All right, we're going to give like about another. Kevin, you can put that time upon this. Just put another minute, 60 seconds before we move to the next one.
Okay. And for those of you who are just hearing the question now, please make sure you click live on your screen so that you're live when we ask a question and you're responding. All right.
Natalie Silvera said, me I got eeny meeny my way through. You ever put Miney Mo? Right. Natalie, don't forget Miney Mo. All right. The G just
30 seconds.
A and B not in parl. Okay, that's in parliament. 30 seconds remaining, 25 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Okay. Just tell me, give me the signal when so we can stop and move on.
All right, 15 more seconds. Everybody, you getting your answers? We'll have 787 devices right now. So
ABC not in parliament. Okay.
All right, time is up.
All right. Here's the answer to that. I like Hopewell Nelson. 1D. If it's not in the standing order, I have to see it there. There you go. That's the answer right there. If it's not in the standing order, then you have to go to the UK, the parliament in the UK. What they'll say, some of them, they'll say that, to make it a little bit complicated, they'll say, well, by convention, this is how we do it, right? But if it's not in there, you go to Rule 88, and then you can just say, let's see what they're doing, provided it doesn't contradict something that you're doing in terms. And we didn't want to get too deep into the question, because if it's something that you're doing already by convention, then somebody could say, well, if you go to England and the procedure they're following will contravene our procedure, then there could be a problem, because it shouldn't, it mustn't. But in general, if it's silent, if it's something new that you come across and you say, well, we don't have a way of dealing with this, you go to Rule 88 and you go straight to the Parliament of the UK to see how they're doing. And then somebody else made another good point here. Let me see. I need my IPM 504 one. Where is it? Somebody else said something here that I found very interesting. I don't see it here, but what they said was, I don't remember who said it. It said that these three are not in parliament, which is a good analysis of the question. They said the first three, the Governor General, Attorney General, DPP, they're not in parliament, although technically the Governor General is in charge of parliament. But I understand where you're coming from. You're saying they don't sit in parliament every day. So therefore, the question is moot. The question is not really, these three are not relevant to the question. So then the answer, by a process of elimination, the answer would be D. I like that reasoning. But the correct answer is that you have to go to Rule 88. So the answer is D, none of the above. Let me go here. All right, here's one that everybody should know the answer to. What is the penalty for touching the mace? A.
I'm going to give it After we finish giving you the options, we're going to give you 2 minutes to answer.
Right. A, you're removed from Parliament for the rest of the session. B, automatic suspension for 1 week, no questions asked. C, suspension as per the Speaker. The Speaker can say, I'm going to suspend you for 1 day, 1 year, whatever. Or D, none of the above. And these are general questions, right? So don't overthink the questions. They're just general questions. Remember, put number 2 and then put A, B, C, D. So we know that you're answering question number 2. Because the last time we only had the letters and we weren't quite, some people were answering the question before and we didn't know that.
Right. So put the question number and your answer. We have another 90 seconds. Put your question number and the answer, please and thanks.
I see where Ian Vassie is asking the Prime Minister a question, asking him, does that make him a Jamaican based on the track? That's a good point, Ian. That's a very good point, because holding back, spending only 2% on it to address the devastation caused by Melissa is not in the best. It was not in the, and still isn't in the best interest of Jamaica. So the question is he a Jamaican? All right, we have this one. We have questions. We have answers all over the place. We have A, B, D, A, D, C. Tell me when we're done.
We have 45 seconds.
Okay.
Unique Ray also has a thing for the GG.
Yeah, he said GG need to go prison. Remember, people, these are just general questions. You know, there are exceptions, there are some nuances to it, but in general, don't overthink the question. Please don't overthink it.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go.
All right.
Time.
All right. In the interest of time, we're just going to quickly move on. The answer is A. It's a removal from that session. So, for example, you remember when MP Angela Brown-Burke, when she touched the mace, right? The penalty that she suffered was removal from that session of Parliament, so she could come back the next day. But for that session that they were having, she was asked to leave. So it's not automatic suspension for 1 week. It's not that the Speaker feel like, well, you know, it's a Speaker's prerogative. So the Speaker could say, well, I'm going to suspend you for 6 months. And it's not D, none of the above. The closest answer is A, removal from Parliament for the rest of that session. All right, we can move on to 3. All right. Again, these are questions that came up during our program. These are not trick questions. They're not questions that you have never heard. These are questions that you've heard, and you've heard the answers to. 3, what can the chairman of a committee invite a non-member to do? Let me explain. I am the chairman of a committee. You are a non-member. Can I invite you into my meeting? And when I invite you into my meeting, what can I invite you to do? If you recall, I'll give you a hint. If you recall, remember MP Fitzjackson walked into the PAC meeting, and Deputy Speaker, who's also a member of the PAC, Heroy Clark, and MP Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, they went after the chairman for trying to have Mr. Fitzjackson answer a question. You remember? You do remember. So what we're saying here when we ask what can a member do, of course it can do anything. However, we're talking about under the standing orders, the governing body of rules for the Parliament. What can the chairman of a committee invite a non-member to do? There it is. A, can invite him to come in and vote. B, can invite him to come in and ask a question. C, if they're short of a quorum, meaning they don't have enough people to start the meeting, he can invite a non-member to come in and become part of the quorum so they can start the meeting. And D, You cannot invite without the permission of the entire committee.
I'm giving 1 minute on this one since question was up. People had time to see it. So I'm giving only 1 minute on this one. And some people have been answering.
Yeah. And this is a question that, believe it or not, it's not specifically in the terms of reference. There is a conventional basis for the answer for this question, meaning that they've always done it a certain way. And if that is questioned, you could always go to rule number 88. See?
10 seconds.
Again, put the number of the question with your answer. All right, we're up.
Time up.
Here's what the chairman of a committee cannot ask a non-member to come in. He can invite, despite what you hear them say, you can invite a non-member to come in, but you cannot ask the non-member cannot vote. So you can strike A as being incorrect. You cannot ask that non-member to be a part of the quorum so that they have enough people that they can start the meeting, because the person is not a member of the committee, so you can strike C. And you cannot, and where it says you cannot invite without the permission of the entire committee, that is not true. Even though you hear them say it in Parliament, it is not true. Go to the standing orders. It's not true. And if there's a problem with it, you go to Rule 88. So you strike D, which is you're left with just B. The chairman can ask somebody to come in and ask, can invite somebody to ask a question. And that's how they do it in England under Rule 88. They can invite, the chairman of a committee can invite somebody to come in and ask a question. All right, number 4. All right, this one here now, I forgot, this one you have to actually watch the program. And we talked about this issue several times. Now, Speaker Holness, Juliet Holness, she wrote me a very nice letter. And I had written to her about a certain person, a certain politician, and she responded. Who was the subject matter? Who did the speaker and I corresponded about? Who?
I'll give you all 2 minutes for this one. Some of you have to think. So
Yeah.
put number 4 and the name of the person.
Right. Whenever, you know what, Kevin, we don't need to go no further. They all watch the program. They all watch the program.
Everybody's responses.
Yeah, it was about Minister Tufton. And let me just ask you this, it's not there, but do you remember why? Do you remember why I wrote to her and why she responded to me regarding Minister Tufton? What was the issue? We give you 1 minute on that. No Elijah B. It wasn't Robert Garvin.
And it wasn't.
It wasn't security minister, no. Cousin Diane, big up yourself. No, it wasn't Buses Jaquan. Do you remember the issue that I wrote to the speaker about, and her response was about the same issue? No, it wasn't the drill.
Come on for Andrew and herself.
It was about market me, but there's a specific issue. Jeff, you're on to something. Jeff has it. Yeah, Jeff. I'll give him the credit.
Yeah, the bonus.
Yeah, I'll give him the credit.
Yeah.
Give me 60 seconds quick.
Time up. From the minute you said.
Mm-hmm. The drill. No. All right. Mm-mm. All right. No. Contracts that were given. All right. Here's what happened. The issue had to do with the contracts, and it was and a meetings that he attended. But the overall issue was conflict of interest. Now you know what that means. That there's a conflict there because he's a minister, and this is his friend, and his friend is getting contracts from his ministry. And he was supposed to be, and he went to meetings where he shouldn't have been. So it was about the contracts, yes. Procurement, yes. But it was specifically, it was about conflict of interest. And a conflict of interest having to do with the contract and his attendance at meetings to discuss the contracts. All right, I can move on. Question 5. I call them the commission. But IC is remember last week, I'm sure they can what them call themselves the commission too. But can the IC press charges against a subject of their investigation? Can they prosecute? Yeah, can the IC prosecute? Can the IC prosecute a subject of their investigation? Marine says no. Merlene Fid say yes. Give me some time there, Kevin. Give me some time, because Bone Man soon get ready for come on.
Yeah, 1:30 left.
Okay. Diane, so they can, yes, the IC can prosecute. No. Yes, but they're scared. All right, Rita. They can recommend. Somebody answering, going back to 3. So they recommend instead. No. Talk to me, Kevin, because we are running out of time, man.
All right, then it's 45 seconds on the clock, but if you want to go ahead now, then go ahead.
Let me right. The answer is, can the Integrity Commission press charge? Can they prosecute? Essentially, that's what we're asking. And the answer is yes. Here's where some people get a bit confused. They have several branches in the commission. They have one that accepts complaints. They have one that is involved with investigation, and the investigative branch, they recommend. They can well, it's not just them. It's the first line, the people who actually look at the integrity statutory declarations. They can recommend prosecution, but who do they recommend it to? They recommend it to the corruption prosecutor. And where does the corruption prosecutor work? The corruption prosecutor works in the Integrity Commission. So it's in-house. I think what some of you are mixing it up with the DPP. The DPP can take over the investigation or take over the prosecution of that matter. The DPP can stop the prosecution of that matter. So the DPP can stop it, can start it, can take it over. But if the DPP doesn't get involved, the IC will continue with the corruption prosecutor. So the Integrity Commission can prosecute people through the corruption prosecutor that is assigned to the Integrity Commission. So yes, they do have a prosecutor in-house to deal with that. Now, what they do after, sometimes I'm hearing that they have fiats where they can allow certain entities to prosecute but they themselves in the law, it says that they have the right to prosecute. All right, I could quickly move on and on. Can the JCF act on the AG and IC report and start an investigation? Just give them 30 seconds for that one. Can the police act on the Attorney General and the Auditor General and the Commission report and start an investigation? This is easy. This one is easy. I expect everyone to get
20
this.
seconds.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, so why Andrew's still out? Time up.
All right. Here's what happened. Yes, the answer is yes. The JCF can act on information from whatever source, as long as there's a violation of the law and they're empowered to conduct their investigation, they can. Next question. All right. This one, we're struggling with this one today as to how to frame it so people can answer, because we didn't want to identify people, where they live and all of that. But honestly, people, tell me now. This question is for people in the diaspora. The next question is for people in Jamaica. Number 7, can you name your Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative, the person who's representing you on that council that is supposed to do what? They're supposed to make sure that you prosper in America, the UK, wherever you live, and then to leverage that prosperity for national development. Can you name your representative? Do you know your representative? This one, just put 7 yes, 7 yes or no.
If you know it, just give it. You say you don't want to give the name. You can. You know, the areas are large. You can get a name if you want.
We're coming to you. This question is for people, Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica. Friends say yes. Patricia, no. Jeff says it's a freebie. No. no, sadly, no. Elaine, no. Andrea, yes. Okay. CD Machine, yes. Dwight McLeod, unaware. Rita said, I don't see any benefits.
Number 7 is your question. Number 7. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. For all of you who know your representatives, and that's fine. But for those of you who don't, let me just quickly give you the names. Hold on. I think OT did throw it in
Yep.
Yeah, she threw it in the general chat. All right, here we go.
Oh, you ready? Okay, you got it.
Yeah. All right. If you live in the USA South, Florida, what's it? North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, those places, your representative's name is Janice McIntosh. Miss Janice McIntosh. If you live in the Northeast, we're talking from, I think, Maine all the way down to Virginia, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, DC, Virginia, all those places, your representative is Michelle Tolonil. If you live out west and the Midwest, California, etc., Nevada, Binzi Roy Davidson. If you live in Canada, you have 2 representatives, Lisa Rutty and Leo Campbell. And if you live in the UK, you have 2 representatives, Patrick Vernon and Marcus Humphrey. So in the UK, they have 2 representatives. In Canada, 2 representatives. And in the US, they have 3. So there you go. So is there a Canadian rep? Yes, 2. Next question. This one is for all of you in Jamaica. All of you in Jamaica, do you know the name of your member of parliament?
1 minute on the clock.
1 minute.
If you live in Africa, I guess the UK would be your closest rep.
If you, yeah. Or what they do is they have some people that they appoint. Remember, more than half of the committee, more than half, they have those people are appointed. So they have appointed people in certain areas. But the main areas, UK, US, Canada, that's where most Jamaicans live, in those 3 countries. What they do with them is they have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reps on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Now remember, they have the Youth Council, and I think it's the same number. But we're talking about the main council. All right.
Tell us how you really feel about the man.
So please repeat the Canadian rep. The Canadian reps, actually. Leo Campbell and Lisa Rutty, R-U-T-T-Y. So how many of you in Jamaica know your MP? How many of you know the name? Okay, Charmaine said Lothian Cousins. Yeah, that's a good man.
A couple of people in here have ISAT.
Yeah, ISAT for East Portland. Rhoda Crawford, Merle. Merle to the road and Amanda. Rhoda Crawford. Natty Sentan, John Croja. Oh my goodness. Matthew Samuel.
Hey.
All right. People, these are things that you should know, because here's the thing. They're going to come back to you in another 3.5 years or so. But you need to start pressuring them from now. Or friends that say GJDC means General Jamaica Dangerous Corporation. I'm not going to argue with friends. I'm not going to argue.
Friends from Lake go hard.
I'm not going to argue with friends because, you have a point there. It could mean that. Mr. Jackson, Fitz Jackson. Okay. All right. All right. Let me go to question number 9. Can you bring a conflict of interest to the ethics committee? Yes or no? As a parliament, is this question as a parliamentarian or as a citizen?
As a parliamentarian.
Parliamentarian, yeah. Can a parliamentarian bring a conflict of interest to the ethics committee?
1 minute. Number 9, yes or no?
Dan will kill me. Dan said me put up the thing for. All right, number 9, yes or no? Yes or no? Wow, look at all the yeses. All right, I think we can skip that, Kevin. Yes. The answer is yes, you can, as a parliamentarian. All right, now
can you bring the same matter to the ethics committee?
Yeah, it's the next question now, 10. How can an MP bring a conflict? Because we say, yes, the MP can do it. The next question is, how can you do it? Yeah, how you do it. And it's A, you go directly to the ethics committee and say, listen, we're filing this because of what a member did. So you file it with the committee. B, you file it with the Attorney General and say, we want you to deal with this matter for us. C, you raise the issue with Parliament and have 16 members agree to bring it. Or D, you file it with the Integrity Commission. Number 10, give us your answer.
Give you a minute and small change. I'll give you a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah. Donna, stay with me. We're soon done. Stay with You can always watch a Brazil game later on, man. All right, let me say 10, C. Gillian say A, file with the committee. 10, C. Somebody said D. Somebody say A. Diane, I have to talk to you, I have to talk to you. I have to talk to you, Diane. C, B. Laura said B. D. A. Then you guess, man. Paul Wilson. Paul. All right. 10A. D. Wow, 10 day, 10 day all over the place. All right. Give me 15 seconds, Kevin.
You have 7 on it. Actually, the time up now.
All right, cool. Here's the answer, people. You remember what happened? Remember, if you go back to the letter that Speaker Holness wrote to me, and we were talking about Minister Tufton. Remember what she said? If you want to bring this action against Minister Tufton, in other words, I'm paraphrasing what she said, you have to go to what? Rule 77A. Remember? And 77A says you have to stand up in Parliament and say to the Speaker, I would like this matter. Here's a matter that I think should go to the Ethics Committee or to one of the standing committees. Doesn't have to be the Ethics Committee. And as long as you have 16 members in Parliament who get up with you and say, yes, we agree, that's it. The Speaker can't stop it. It has to go. It's in the standing orders. As long as one person should get up and say, Speaker, there is an issue that we would like to bring to a standing committee, and I have 16 people here, or I have 15, and I make 16. I have 16 of us. We would like to see it done. It's automatic. It's automatic. So the answer is C. Do we have a question 11? Question 11. Bonus. All right. If you didn't get full marks, for all 10 questions, here's your chance. You get this question right, you get 100% on the exam. You get this question right, you get 100%.
I give a winnings now.
Right. Who is in charge of the legislative branch of government? Who is in charge of the legislative branch of government? Now, let me just set it out for you. There are 3 branches of government in Jamaica: legislative, executive, and judiciary. You remember we went through that, and we went through a chart put out by a JIS that shows you who's in charge of what. Remember we did that. We did that on numerous occasions. We're only now talking about the legislative branch of government. That is the branch that makes laws and they pass all kinds of things regarding national security, taxes, all that. They can levy taxes, all that. Let me be even more clear. Let me make it even more clear. The legislative branch of government is Parliament. It's Parliament. So, hold on the bone, man. So, the question is, who's in charge? Essentially, we're saying, who's in charge of Parliament? Is it King Charles? Is it Prime Minister Holness? Is it the Prime Minister's wife, Speaker Holness, President Tavares Finson, and the Governor General? Or is it Prime Minister Holness, Speaker Holness, and the DPP? Answer this question correctly, 100% on. You're going to get on this test.
You have 1:10 left. One minute. Somebody said Jamaica is a banana republic. So who run the banana skin? All right, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Move this from the June or OT. This thing right here, so. Get them away. Okay, thanks. All right. The question is as basic as we can get. Who is in charge of Parliament? If you said A, you're partly right, which means you're wrong. If you say
partly
A,
right, so
you're partly right, which means you're wrong, because you have to be fully correct. If you say B, let me go back. If you say King Charles, you're partly right, means you're incorrect. If you say B, Prime Minister Holness, you're completely wrong. Because you know why? The Prime Minister is in charge of the executive branch of government. That's where he's over in another branch. He's not in the legislative branch. And if you say Prime Minister Holness, his wife, Speaker Holness, and the DPP, you're 1/3 correct, which means the answer is wrong. If you say C, you get full marks. Full marks, here's why. Speaker Holness, she's in charge of the House of Representatives. President Tavares Finson is in charge of the Senate. And the Governor General represents King Charles. So even if you want to put GG or King Charles, it'll be correct, because guess what? King Charles is the head of state, so him run the whole thing. Speaker Holness, she's in charge of the House. And Tavares Finson President Tavares Finson is in charge of the Senate. Here's why it makes sense. When they're going to pass a law, which is basically what the legislative branch is about doing, is passing laws, right? It's going to go through the House, which is Speaker Holness's bailiwick. That's where she sits. It's going to go from there. And then where does it go after? It goes to the Senate. We're talking in general now. It goes to the Senate. So it goes to President Tavares Finson. And let's say it passes in the House, bill passes in the Senate. Where does it go? Before it becomes law, remember, legislation, passing laws, goes to the Governor General to sign off, to put his assent. He's putting his royal assent, meaning that he's signing for the king. So if you had, where you say GG, if you could have put King Charles there and it would have been fine. But we didn't want to put it there because we figured that some people that say, well, wait a minute. And, and then also the GG is the king's representative. So he's the one who signs off on those things. So if you had C as your answer for this bonus question, full marks, big up on yourself. Early July, we start summer school. All right, I'm gonna move this out. And I hope all of you got, put it this way, if out of the 10, if you had 8 right out of the 10 and you fail the bonus question, you get an 80%. If you had, and some people might say it's unfair, but if you had like 3 right and then you get this one correct, then you get full marks. Hold on a second. Yeah, we're waiting on Boneman to come on. In the meantime, where we're going now, Kevin? Let's put this up again. People, remember, tune in tomorrow night on YouTube, Reason with Rattigan. We start our conference tomorrow night. They're starting their conference in Jamaica tomorrow in the daytime. We're starting ours tomorrow night. And I can tell you what we're going to be doing tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, we're going to be talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. They're the ones that they're supposed to be. This is what it's about them. It's not put on by them, it's put on by the government of Jamaica. So we're going to talk about this organization, and then we're going to talk about foreign policy because it comes under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So we're going to talk about that. And then as the week progresses, we're going to be touching on subjects that really, really affect you. Things like, there it is, corruption, crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, beach access rights. We're going to, and land ownership. We're going to be talking about all those things. You will not hear some of these topics being discussed at the conference in Jamaica. And the ones that you hear about, it will be all fluff. They won't give you the down and dirty, tell you what the real problem is and ways to address it. They won't. Judith Hibbert, yes, you can come with your drink and chips, of course. Bestel Hallen, if you got the bonus question, you'll have 100%. Otherwise, you got 90%. Good. Keep up the good work. Paul Sim get 100%. Okay. Okay. Yes. All right. While we're waiting on Bone Man, you know what? Let's just go to the prime, because tomorrow we can't talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora thing. Let's go to the where's the Prime Minister, where's the Craig Barris Fund? Here it is. All right.
That one is definitely in PMIC.
Yeah. All right. Here's what we're going to do now, people. We're going to talk about the Prime Minister. And here's how we're going to talk about the Prime Minister. We are going to talk about the Prime Minister the way the Prime Minister talked about the Prime Minister. That is to say, the way he described himself and his actions. Not what we surmise he did. We assumed he did. No. We're going to talk to you about things that he said he did. We did this already. But then on Wednesday, when I started going over it, we did this a while back. And on Wednesday, when I started going over it, I said, my goodness gracious. There is so much in this report. And guess what? The Prime Minister to date has not come out and said, I never said those things. They said I said them, but I never said them. He has never. And you know, we say in Jamaica, if it not go so, it nearly goes so. And that is when people are saying it not go so. But here, he never said it not go so. He must say it. So, we're going to leave the Global Jamaica Diaspora thing for tomorrow. We're going to focus on the Prime Minister. No, we have an hour and a half left. Here we go. We're going to walk you through this. Those of you who have a strong liking for the Prime Minister and you don't want to hear the truth, I wouldn't suggest you continue watching, except if you really want to know the truth, then stick around. But if you're going to get upset because of the truth, then I wouldn't suggest you really stay. And I don't want to force you, because this is going to cause you severe anxiety. It's going to cause you severe anxiety. And those of you who you don't like to hear the Prime Minister speak, you don't have to worry. He's going to be speaking in writing. You won't see him, but you will be able to envision him based on his writings, what he said to people. When you're ready, just for phone, I'm ready. All right, here we go. In addition to him saying this nonsense that your birth doesn't make you Jamaican, it's the choices you make for Jamaica. And then about a day or two later, he tried to justify it with some nonsense. And he had some people who, Audrey Davis, big up yourself, new member. Thanks for joining us. You won't regret it, believe me. So he tried to justify saying that statement, and it just, but people didn't take him to task as we are taking him to task. Maurice, I'm envisioning him in a prison. Maybe I shouldn't use the word envision. All right, here we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, was filed in court. See it? It was filed in court last year, a little over a year ago. And it's an affidavit. What's an affidavit? It's a statement that the person making the statement is saying that this is true. It's a legal document. You can go to prison for lying in an affidavit that you submit to the court. Essentially, this is saying all that I'm giving you is true. So if you say this, if you say things about people in an affidavit before the court and it's not true, and it's determined to be so, you face the penalty of a fine and or prison time. So we see it right here, second affidavit of Craig Beresford. Who's Craig Beresford? At the time, he was an investigator over at the commission. Since then, he's risen to, I think he's now a commissioner, but he's been promoted. And there it is. It's a matter, let me draw for me. Thing, yeah? It's a matter of an application by Andrew Holness for administrative orders. This is when the Prime Minister took them to court, took the commission to court, because they had forwarded the investigation over to the Financial Investigative Division. And so he didn't want it to go there. So he's filing. So here it is. He's the claimant. Andrew Holness is the claimant. Claimant meaning a plaintiff, the person who's bringing the action. And he's bringing the action on behalf of Imperium Holdings. That's one of his companies. Positive Media Solutions. That's another company. I think Imperium, yeah, I think he's still at Imperium. And then we have Positive Jamaica Foundation. That's another company. That's his foundation. That's the Prime Minister's foundation. And so he's going after these people. Craig Beresford, Kevin Stevenson, the Integrity Commission, and he's also suing. Look who he's suing. His own Attorney General. He's suing his own Attorney General. All right. So, and an affidavit must be made under oath, by the way. So you take out an oath that everything I'm saying here is true. So let's skip through all of this. This is just in talking about all of these things, the things that he's done, right? He's talking about investigating the Prime Minister's assets, liabilities, and income in reference to the Prime Minister's statutory declarations. All of you know what a statutory declaration is. It's a statement to the commission concerning your assets, liabilities, and your income, where you're revealing everything to them. And essentially you're saying, I have nothing to hide. Go through it. Comb through it. And whatever you find, if there's an issue, I will deal with it. I'll answer the questions, all right? And you see this right here? It says the omission of any information regarding assets, liabilities, income will result in an incorrect calculation of your worth. See this right here? In essence, the statutory declaration would be false. And whatever you left out would impact past. I need to show you this. I need to show you this. I need for you to pay a careful attention to this. All right. It says, we need this information from you regarding your salary, your income, your liabilities. It is right here, and your assets. We need all of that information in order for us to determine that everything that you've given is true. If you leave anything out, it will result in an incorrect calculation as to your net worth. And so they can't really tell whether there's growth or decline, whether there's a problem. They can't. And look at this statement right here. says right here, in essence, the statutory declaration would be false. And whatever you leave out, whatever is left out, omissions would impact. Look what it would impact. Not just the statutory declaration that you're providing now, but the ones that you have provided past, and also impact, here it is, past, and also impact future. So if you tell us a lie on your statutory declaration, it is going to impact before, now, and later. You see how significant that is, that you don't omit any information, because it's not just no. All right. Remember, he got into Parliament 1990. He won the election and it was contested in 1999. Was it 1999? Yeah, I think it's 1999. And look at this. They said they've looked, 1999. And they've looked at his statutory declaration for 2019 and 2020. And look at this language. I've acted impartially, fairly, independently, faithfully. Those are words going to integrity. Those are words going to say, whatever I did it with the best intentions within the confines of the law. I didn't do it because of who this person is. I didn't. All right, so now let's move it up and then get to, these are all the things that we're going to show you later on. All of these things. These are the step-by-step, blow-by-blow description of every time they ask him for information, what he gave them and what he didn't give them. But we're going to get to the summary. Let's skip all of this. All right, here's where we start. And we did this on Wednesday. So those of you who watch this on Wednesday, please bear with us. Okay, here we go. See, this is January 2019. This is from the commission. And look at what they said. If you thought that the Prime Minister was only under scrutiny 2019, 2020, 2021 to now, if you thought that was the only period, you'd be wrong. Here's why. They said a review was conducted on his declarations ever since he became a parliamentarian in 1998. And remember what I said, if you omit information from your report, it goes to the past, goes to the present, goes to the future. Look at what they said. They said they went back and they started looking at this man ever since he became a parliamentarian in 1998. Wide in scope, meticulous in detail. They're looking at everything, and they're combing through it to find out if what this man told them was true.
1 second before you even go a step further. Look down.
Yeah, me see it. Bonnie there. All right. Well, time of fly. All right. Folks, here we are. We have Bone Man. We'll give Bone Man a little bit of time and then we'll come back. We'll finish the program with this report. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we have with us a gentleman who's no stranger to the program, a gentleman who by no means is a stranger. In fact, this man is a brother, right? This man, when I was in law school, this man used to buy me dinner. He used to help. He used to take care of me, to be frank. Yeah, he used to take care of me. And he's a very modest person. He won't tell you, but he will tell people behind my back. He will tell other people. He's modest here. He won't tell you. But I used to lean on this man and say, "Bone man, we need that dinner money or whatever." And all joking aside, a very dear friend of mine, very, very dear friend of mine, a man that I can count on a man who's dependable, a man who's honest, a man who's trustworthy, a man who's all the things that we can't really say about the Prime Minister. Not that we're comparing him to the Prime Minister, but this is a man. No, we won't do it. But this is a man who's all those things I just mentioned. And he's a very giving person. He's given himself and his treasure, and I said treasure with a big T, kind of hold up of money, give his treasure to help out Jamaicans in need, not only in Jamaica, but also in the diaspora. I know this for a fact. He's here again to talk about an initiative and about talk about an initiative to give back to Jamaica. And also, he's producing a play, which will coming up shortly. I hope to be there, because every time I invite me, I no go, but this time I'm going to go. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my friend, my brother. You know him, you love him, you've seen him before. Earl, otherwise known as Bone Man. Or Boney, singer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that warm welcome introduction. But first of all, I gotta correct you. I am younger than you, sir. So, so I cannot.
What do you mean you're younger than me?
I am young. I am younger than you, sir.
Not young. Hold on. The last time I checked, I thought them said the wife to me say you're 78. What do you mean you're younger than me?
No, sir. I am not 78. How you get that? You, look at me. Look how fresh I am. Look at me. I'm 78. Huh? I'm 1 year younger than you, sir.
I'm saying look like 78.
No, man. Anyhow, thank you for that good and wonderful introduction, my friend.
Please put him on center stage.
Yeah, man.
I am happy to be on the program for the second time, and you know, it's a joy to be on the program, and I just want to let the folks know that you have the same heart that I have. You like to give back, and I like to give back. You know, because I remember a couple times I'm in Jamaica, and you call me up and you say, well, definitely, Bone man, this person here wants $100. Can you just bring $100 over here and give it to that person? And I say, okay, Ratty, I'll do anything for you. And when that person come to me, they're driving a Chris Honda, and they tell you on the program that they was hungry and they didn't have anything to eat. And I said, look at that.
So they rip me off. Don't say too low, because Jeffrey Tavares were here and scandal me, you know.
They did rip you off, sir.
All right.
Because you have a good heart, and the heart that you have, you like to give, just the way I like to give. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, like, I am here doing a play, a comedy play, with Juki Jam and Bashi, and it's in the Maryland here at High Point High School, and this program that I'm doing, the proceed is to buy bed for Jamaica Hospital. I want to give back, you know, beds to the. I can't say all of the hospital, but majority of the hospital. I have a goal of buying 120 beds, brand new beds. There's a pastor that getting the beds from me for $700 with mattress, and they are electronic beds. So I am doing this play because I mean, like, I do shipping, and I hear the cry of the people in Jamaica that whenever they go to the hospital, they sit down in a wheelchair, they sit down on the bench 2 days before they got a bed. And my heart goes out, and I say, well, I have to do something to help. And this is what the Lord has inspired me to do, to help. So I am helping buying beds to send back to Jamaica. I'm going to send it myself, and I'm going to go to Jamaica myself, and I'm going to see that these beds get to the destination that it need to get to. Because, I mean, like, I sent things to Jamaica before, and Ratty, you know, I got ripped off. I ain't going to call no name, but I I'm trying again, and I think I'm going to do it the right way that it should be done. And I can tell the folks that I need no politician from either party. No politician in the business that I'm doing, that giving back, that I'm giving, because I look at it this way: when you go to the hospital and the doctor cut you, and when the doctor cut you and your blood coming out, they don't see PMP and they don't see JLP. So I don't want no politician to involve in what I'm doing. So I am doing it myself. I can get guidance, but I don't want no politician to involve. So this is my project that I want to do. So I'm telling everyone that is listening and this program right now that I don't need anyone money to spend for myself. I need their money to help Jamaica. Help Jamaica, give back, buy these beds. I have so many Pampers, I have so many walkers, and I need bed to send back to Jamaica. So the help that I need these folks to come on out to this play that I'm doing, this program that I'm doing at High Point School, June 21st. That's Father's Day at 6 p.m. And even if you're not coming to the play, I would like $60 from every Jamaican. I have about 3,000 Jamaicans in my WhatsApp, and I'm calling every individual and asking for $60. I'm not asking for 100, $60. I'm asking if I can get $60 to help purchase these beds. And trust me, if you want to spend more than $60, I am welcome to get more than $60. And if you want to buy a bed for St. Elizabeth, I can get that bed to St. Elizabeth. So if you want to put out your own money and buy a bed and want to put your name on it, I can get your name on that bed and get it to St. Elizabeth. So this is what I'm doing, and my good friend, Mr. Rattigan, is going to help me out, and also I want him to be a part of this. I don't want to make it look like I'm getting the glory. I don't want the glory. I just want to help. And I don't want to be in the star or a movie star or no pictures or anything like that. All I want to do is help my fellow Jamaicans because I love Jamaica. And I just want to give back. And if you love Jamaica and you never do nothing for Jamaica, just give me $60. Send it to Rattigan. Gonna put his website out there or his foundation. You can send it to Ratty Foundation, and trust me, that money will be well spent.
Or they can come and spend the $60 at the function that you're having.
They can also do that too.
Is it only in DC? I mean, in the DMV you're having it, or is it elsewhere?
Well, I am doing it right now in Maryland, and the next show will be probably in Atlanta. I haven't got the location yet in Atlanta, but it's in the making in Atlanta for August. And I want to. I have a deadline that I'm setting a goal for. I want to get these things in Jamaica by the end of August. I want to purchase a container and put the beds them in it and send it down to Jamaica, so when it get down there, it doesn't hold up. And if it hold up, the container belongs to me, so I don't have to pay a whole lot of duty on the container or anything like that. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Now, I was told that when you're sending medical equipment and supplies, that you need to get permission of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and also there is a component within the government that's responsible for donations coming into the country. Do you need to get authorization from them to bring your medical supplies into the country?
Well, I am not bringing any medicine or anything like that. These are beds, so it doesn't require permission to bring beds in.
You sure?
I think I'm positive on that one because beds, I mean, like you can bring, yeah, yeah. I mean, like what you have to get permission if you're gonna bring in needles and medicine and stuff like that, then that's a different requirement that they needed. But like pampas, wheelchair, and beds, I don't think you need any permission to do that.
All right, do me a favor. Can you please verify? Because here's what
Yes.
I would hate. I would hate for us to get, whatever the number of beds that we can get, and then you ship it, and then when you get done, because they're watching this program, right? And they're gonna try and slow down your progress. And I don't want you getting there, and then they start saying, oh, these beds don't match the specifications for beds that we need to have imported in Jamaica. Because I've seen stuff like this before, where they come and they said, oh, this equipment or this kind of Medicare, whatever it is that you're sending, we have a list in Jamaica of things that we approve for entry, and we have a list of things that we don't approve. And so if you bring in something that you think might be approved in the US, UK, wherever, might not be approved for Jamaica, and so we don't want it. And now you're stuck.
Well, I can get that information. I mean, like and show them the type of beds that I'm bringing in. It's not the regular hospital bed, those heavy ones. These are the brown bed that they mostly use like in the nursing home, but it's electric. It also can, rise up and go back down. I don't know if you've ever seen those beds before. They are very common.
But
those brown beds.
How functional would that bed be if you're in a place where you have no electricity?
If you don't have any electricity?
Yeah.
Well, it still can work without electricity. It still can function without electricity.
Okay.
You have something underneath the bottom of the bed that you can wind up. You can wind it.
Oh, you have a lever. Okay. You have a lever.
Bring the bed up and it brings it back down.
Like that. Okay. Yeah, I see where Judith Hibbert said they're going to steal your beds.
Well, I personally are going to Jamaica to make sure that these beds go to the hospital that need it. I am doing that, Ratty, because before, that I sent a whole container to Jamaica before. And I purchased 20 beds out of it with my own money. And that container was taken away by an individual, and I'm not going to call his name.
So how do you know that they won't try and take this one that's coming down? Especially
because what happened, I'm not going to let they clear this bed. I'm going to pay for it myself. Because what happened, I sent it to Health and Wellness, and they are the one who control. I didn't have any talk, but once I hand it over to them, I don't have any talk. But this one here, I am paying for it myself. Out of the money that I get as donation and the money that I for myself that I want to put into it, I am paying for this bed myself. So no one can tell me, having a talk over me. I mean, like what you do or anything like that.
Another question. How do you know? Do you know what the duty will be on a bed like this, on one of these beds, a $700 bed? Do you know what the duty is going to be?
No, I don't know what the duty is going to be as yet, but I will try to get some lenience to find out. I mean, like how I go about getting the lenience, because this is donation. This is all beds that go into the hospital, the government hospital, no nursing home. So I mean, like I will find out how I can get some lenience to get these beds in, and make sure that it go to the proper place that it needs to go to.
Another question. You said you're going to take these beds and you're going to donate them to hospitals. Do these hospitals require permission or authorization from the ministry in order to accept a donation from you?
Well, I still have to go to the ministry. I cannot go to the hospital and say, well, I'm giving you, 10 beds. I mean, like, I still have to go to, because I did it before. I sent stuff down there before, and I mean, like, I went to KPH. And by me going to KPH, I mean, like, I went to see the CEO, and they accept the wheelchair and they accept the dialysis chair that I gave them. So I want to go to the proper channel. I just don't want to step my boundary over anyone's head and say, well, I mean, like, you know, you have to take this because I'm donating it to you, because I try to go to what do you call it? KFC? Not KFC, I mean
KPH.
no, not KPH. I mean, like, you know, they control downtown where, I mean, like, you can give them blower, and I bought like 5 blower, you know, the one that blow the street, and
Oh,
I was trying to give it to them, and they told me that they cannot take it like that. I have to have some documents of paper from up here and all that type of stuff, so, and they would not accept it. So I mean, like, I just don't want to say, well, I mean, like, I'm getting these beds, but at the same time, I got to find the proper way of bringing these beds in and get it done.
all right. Look in the chat, right? Couple of things. People have a fondness for a politician in Jamaica by the name of Isaac Buchanan, a friend of ours. And they're saying that he's honest and you need somebody on the ground in order to get this thing, make it a success, because the government could actually keep your stuff on the wharf and make it difficult for you so that you probably even just walk away. And also Ubuntu for real says that a $700 bed, custom duty will be $700. Is that 700? It's 700 US for the bed, but what Ubuntu is it 700 US for the custom duty?
Well, that I don't have no knowledge of that right now. But the beds cost more than 700. But because of what I'm doing, and this past year is you know, he have the way of getting these beds. He lowered the price that, I mean, like, he will not make a profit off it. He will give me the bed the same price that he bought it for 700.
Okay. Okay, so he'll give it to you for cost.
Yes.
All right. Well, here's what I need you to do, my brother. I need you to come back maybe next week with the answers to the questions that we posed, so that people can get a full sense of the scope of what you're trying to do in terms of not only acquiring the beds, but shipping them is not a problem, but getting them released in Jamaica and getting them released to where you want them to go or where they should go. If you can come back with some answers on that regarding those questions for us next week, it would be great. And then somebody's, and I see it in the chat, it's coming up quite frequently where people are saying that you need help on the ground. You can't do it on your own. It sounds like, you know, you're in the shipping business, so you know how to do certain things. But you're saying with this, it's a bit different, because now it's not like you're shipping personal items for people. This, now you're shipping something that should be donated, and it might be the requirements might be different. I suspect that they're different, and so your response has to be different. So you're saying, look, for something like this, you're going to need somebody on the ground. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, yes, definitely. I'm going to have to need somebody on the ground in Jamaica. Here in America, I can take care of everything here in America. So once it gets to Jamaica, we definitely need boots on the ground down here.
See, Independent Jamaican is asking a question. Are you tax exempt?
No, because what I mean, like, the tax exempt, I mean, like, you're gonna use your foundation, Ratty, to, I mean, like, as a tax exempt. But I mean, like, what I am doing right now, I mean, like, I'm just buying these beds, getting these beds, and I mean, like, I have a foundation, but I'm not going through the foundation. I'm just gonna buy these beds and just send them to Jamaica.
All right. Well, the only thing
getting in like funds and stuff like that, I would want that to go to your foundation. Mm-hmm. I don't want to get the money or anything like that. I would want it to go to your foundation where you have multiple people watching over the accounts.
That's fine. We have no issues with that. The only thing is that we have some questions that we have to get answers to before people proceed. Because I want to ensure that their people feel comfortable saying, okay, fine, you know, because I rely on them. As you can see, I'm reading questions that they're posing. The questions I'm asking is questions that they're posing in the chat, and they're saying, how about this? And these are people who want to give and will give, but they won't give until they're fully confident that everything is above board and that the items purchased will be shipped, cleared, and delivered to the places where they should go, which means that you have some work to do, because now you said that you're going to have to work with the Ministry of Health and Wellness in order to get them in get their beds into these facilities, right?
Well, yeah, they will have to play a role in it, because I mean, like I can't do, like I said again, you know, I'm repeating myself. I can't just take up these beds and say, well, definitely I'm going to you know, public and give them like 10 beds. I mean, like I would have to find out the information where to go, because what happened, I went to St. Thomas and I gave away wheelchairs and crutches, and they told me, they said, Mr. Walker, the next time you do this, I would want you to, I'm giving you this person's number and name, and I want you to go to this first year when you're giving away things again, which I did, and it was not a pretty sight. I did it, and you know, I regret that I go through it, to be honest with you.
Okay. What is it? Dan Folk said, could Dr. Alfred Dawes be a good contact? By the way, Dr. Dawes will be on our program next week, Wednesday. You know, by the way, let me just put it up. This program, hold on a second, Bonan.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited, and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.
Yes, so tomorrow, people, so those of you who are asking about Dr. Dawes and Dr. Hunter, in fact, we had a long discussion with both of them today. But we are committed to having them on Wednesday, because on Wednesday night, we're going to be discussing the health situation in Jamaica. And we're also going to look to see if we can get somebody here that can talk to us about health in America as well. But we're focused on Wednesday night on the health crisis in Jamaica. And I don't think, well, put it this way, Dr. Dawes is one of those people out there pointing out the deficiencies in the system and also coming up with solutions. Don't forget, had it not been for Dr. Dawes, we probably wouldn't have known about the drill. Had it not been for Dr. Dawes, we probably wouldn't have known about that drill that cost $25,000, but they bought it for almost $200,000 if it hadn't been for that man. So tune in. We're starting tomorrow night, and we're going to go all the way through till Thursday. Every night from 7 New York time to 10, which is 6 to 9 Jamaica time. We're going to have dynamic speakers, and we're going to touch on topics that they will not touch at their conference. Because you know why? They don't care about you. It's all about this. It's a it might as well have been a Davos, the conference that they have in Davos, where all the rich people and the rich countries get together. That's what this is about. It's about high finance. It's about money. It's about marketing. It's about connections. This conference is not for you and me. It's not for you and me. So, Bone Man, I'm inviting you and your family. Tune in tomorrow. The 3,000 people you have in your roller. Yeah. I'm gonna send you this. I'm gonna send you this promo that we just did. I want you to send it out to all of them and tell them join us starting tomorrow night for 3 hours. The ones who are here, they're not going to Jamaica, because if you're going to Jamaica, they should have depart today. They should have departed today, because the conference starts tomorrow. So anybody you're sending it to and they're here, chances are they're not going. We want them to listen and absorb the message that we're sending out. I'm going to ask you for that. And then I need you to go back and get answers to the questions that they're raising in the chat, because these are the people that we're depending on to support the initiative.
Yes, I will definitely do so because when we look at it, we are one Jamaican,
Indeed.
you know. And I
Indeed.
mean, I am so proud. I'm just gonna tell you now. A friend of mine went to Tanzania in Africa, and when he went over there and they heard his accent and they asked him where he's from, and he said Jamaica. I mean, they worship him like a king. They treat him different. So we Jamaicans, when we go places and we are special, and we have our country, and I just want my country to be special. I want a good health system in my country. I wish I could win the lotto, which I don't play it anyhow, so I can't win it. To help my country. And I know you want to do the same thing too. So, we
No,
just want to put some hands and heart together and see what we can do in the health system. Because, I mean, I have a house in Jamaica and I'm decided to go back in Jamaica. And I don't want when I get sick, I have to be flying back up here to the United States. I want to be in Jamaica and be taken care of good in Jamaica.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I tell you what, check it out, Bone Man, and then let's have a conversation next week, early next week, and let's keep talking during the week. And then a week from today, you'll come back, and then we can finalize everything that we need to in order to get this thing off the ground and going. Because I know you're a doer. I know if there's something to be done, you're not a lazy person. You're far from being that. I shouldn't even put lazy with you in any sense. Word. You're a dynamic person. You get things done. And I know you want this done. So
and it's going to be done. It's going to get done.
It's going to be done. But we don't want it to be forever. You know what I mean?
Right,
we don't want it to be an everlasting project. We want it to be something that is done so that we can help out. Because guess what season we're in now? Hurricane season, right? So let's make the preparations and get this thing done as quickly as we can, my brother. So here we go. When you big up Dion, big up everybody. Right? Look like you get right treatment because your face look fat. So
hey, don't even start. Don't even start.
All right.
Just play a piece of the program with the player.
You ever send me this? Send me the.
I sent you on your WhatsApp the commercial.
Okay, I'll get it done. I'll get it done this week.
Okay.
When you send it to me, because if I can get it done now, hold on a second there.
Yeah, the one with the flag, with the Jamaican flags.
Yeah, we don't have much time, but if I can get it done now, Bone Man, hold on there. You send it to like this? Oh yeah. See, Kevin, can you put this up for me, please? Just send it to you. Hold on. Yeah, you just got it in your WhatsApp. If you can put that up.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Give it a year for me, please.
All right, my brother. Well,
and blessing to everything that you do, sir, and keep the line going.
You know it go, man. Hey, look, we're there, and we only are between like I've always said, between your birth and your departure, leave a mark, make a mark.
Yes, sir.
Make a mark. Help somebody. Make a mark.
Yes, sir.
You can't just come and leave.
Right.
Make a mark.
Make a mark,
my brother.
See him, sir. Sir.
All right. So we're gonna play that so you can kick back and watch it, and then we'll talk. We'll talk Monday, Tuesday. Okay then.
All right. Blessed, sir.
Family. Take care of yourself, my brother.
All right.
All right, cool. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my brethren, Bone Man, straight from out of Firehouse, doing all the right things, trying to help people and at the same time take care of his family, make a living. So, and he has this love for Jamaica. Every time like I said, he's a shipper, and every time he's sending things down, I know for a fact that he's for every shipment, there's something in there for somebody in Jamaica that he's giving away. Not selling, he's giving away. And we just want to thank him and wish him all the best, God's blessings, for him to continue doing what he's doing to help the people of Jamaica. And when you give too, there's a certain satisfaction, there's a certain joy that you feel when you give. I feel it, and I know Bone Man feels it. Kevin feels it. producers, Jonah, OT, them feel it. When you give somebody and you see that expression of happiness, you feel it. You know, so it's not just to give on somebody up and you walk away. You say, yes, I've done some good. I've done something to make a difference in this person's life. So, big up yourself, Bone Man. All right, here we go. I could get back to the Prime Minister now. All right, so see, they've been looking at his statutory declarations going back to 1998. And look right there. When they started asking him questions, right, look right here. Look right here. It says
a little bigger.
Oh. How about that?
Yeah.
Look at this. They said, after we started looking at this man's thing, right? After carefully reviewing, it was observed that his assets increased substantially over the years, and especially over the period 2009 to 2012. And so they said, listen, here's what we did. We sent him some letters for clarification. They said, listen, boss man, we want to know how you get so much money. Remember the title of what we said? The title of the presentation today. It is Prime Minister Holness's finances. Big man, where you get so much money from? And we're going to explore that today. And he's going to tell you where he get the money from. And look at what happened when they sent him letters and say, explain to us where you get all of this money from. Look at what they said. They said, the responsive received, however, were not sufficient to adequately satisfy the concerns that were raised. Meaning, your explanation doesn't account for your increase in wealth. It makes no sense. It's not sufficient. That was the old Integrity Commission, and because remember, this new commission came into existence in 2018. The bill was passed. It became law in 2017, but the effective date of the organization was 2018. So then they asked him no. So they went from the old Integrity Commission to the new Integrity Commission, and they asked him to respond. No. Look at this. Look at this. They asked him to respond right here. June 22nd, 2018. They said, please respond to us and tell us where you get all of this money from. Now look at this. In August, he said, I need more time. June, we want information as to how you get so much money. And wait all the way till, see it right here. August 29th, he submitted a letter seeking additional time. And what did they do? They gave him additional time till October 15th. So from June to October, look at this. He did not respond in October. He did not respond in November. Here's what he did. In December, another letter was sent to him telling him that, look, we have not received a response, although you promised to deliver a response by October 15th. See it right there, sir? See it, huh? October 15th right here. And them say, it's December now and we haven't heard from you. And look at this. To date, no other response has been received. Him ignore them. To date, meaning the date of this thing here. And look at the date, 2019. January 2019. They've been asking him from when? From June 2018. Here it is right here. June 2018. And as of January 2019, he did not respond. What kind of prime minister is this? What kind of example is this? It gets worse, my people. It gets worse. Now let's go to what he told them when he finally responded, you know. He responded, and let's go to what his responses were. Look at this. They said when they were looking, they see what? An inordinate increase in wealth. So they started a special investigation. And that we talked about this already, so that they were not satisfied with the responses. Now let's go down. Let's skip all of this. Let's just stop right here and show you this. They said, look, in 2017, they sent him a letter again, and he responded. He responded. And they said his explanations disclose multiple businesses and accompanying investments. Big man, where you get the money from? Assets and income, which were not previously declared. You know, not only is this an integrity commission's issue, this is also a tax issue. This is not tax avoidance, this is tax evasion. You don't want, you don't declare your tax, you don't declare your income so it can be taxed. This is a problem. And look at this. Them say, remember what I said to you, I'm telling you now what the Prime Minister said. Not me, I said. This is what the Prime Minister revealed to them when they questioned him, and finally he responded. Look at this. He gave them, this is what he gave them. He gave them a 36-page financial journal. That's what he gave them in response. And look at what they said. The financial journal dates back to 1998 when Mr. Holness was first elected as a member of parliament and covers the period to 2018. That's 20 years. It's 20 years. And they said right here, the documents that the Prime Minister is giving us, this 36-page financial journal, they were the documents as presented were accepted as being additional record and explanation supplied by the Prime Minister. So apparently he gave them something prior and form the basis upon which we shall form our conclusions. So you see what they're saying? They're saying this, our assessment and our conclusions are based on information that the Prime Minister gave us. Prime Minister gave us this information. Them think we are this, you know.
Oh my God. And they're stupid. They're dunce. Oh my God. And they're stupid.
Well, I have news for them. We're not. We're not. Let's continue. No, here is where the fun begins, ladies and gentlemen. I know someone now watch a football game, you know, because I see someone will drop off and someone will put in the score and things, and we like that. But multitask with me. Watch a game and just pay a little bit of attention. Or if you cannot, then watch a game later or watch this later. But ideally, I'd love for you to watch this because this is so important to us. The football game is good, but Brazil play Morocco, and we are talking about Jamaica now. So I want you to pay close attention because remember now, when you hear the Prime Minister's name come up, you know, people will tell you, especially if you dislike what he's doing, people will tell you, oh, you're bad mind, oh, you're this, oh, you're that. I want to pay attention because this is information that the Prime Minister gave to the Commission. And the Commission put this out where? In court. And it's now a public document. And the Prime Minister has not said that the information that they said he gave them is a lie. He has not said that. So, make us start, you know. Let's start with this right here. See this? See that? See what it says? Undeclared business. Undeclared businesses, it's 1. Undeclared assets, 2. Undeclared investment, 3. Undeclared income, 4. Undeclared liabilities, 5. These are things that they're saying when we look at what he gave us, there are things here that he didn't declare for a number of years. So it couldn't be a mistake. Let's go to the first one. And we talked about, again, people, if you watch this on Wednesday, please bear with us. Enjoy, or maybe, no, this is not enjoyable. This is painful to watch. But bear with us, because there are lots of people now who didn't see it on Wednesday. And we just want to make sure that people see these things. Now, there's a company called Premium Group. Here's the company. This company was owned by none other than former Prime Minister Edward Seaga. And he, Mr. Seaga, hired Mr. Holness as a special assistant. And he was paid. Look right here. Of note, income from this employer was not declared for December 2000. The Prime Minister did not give them no paperwork showing how much he made in 2000. So I guess he worked for free in 2000. That's Premium Group. Count the companies in as we go along. That's one, Premium. How many of you know that the Prime Minister, you hear him talk about taxi? The only reason why I'm talking about the taxi company is because we start reveal the contents of this document. And he had no choice but to come out and say, well, I start my business with 2 taxes. Why I never said that in 2016? Why I never said that before 2016? Why I never said it in 2017, 18, 19, 20? Why I never say all of that? Look at this. Sunshine Mobile Company Limited. Taxi business. See it right here? And him say him own 3 motor cars. You remember what his father said? His father said him come to him and tell him say for raise pig, something like that. And him father said, him father said, this idea when him come and talk about him have taxi, a foolishness that man. Remember his father, his own flesh and blood said that. So he must come and say his father is a liar. That's what he must come and he didn't do that. And he didn't say anything in this report is a lie. Now look at that. Look at this. Him say he don't have 3 taxis, 3 motor cars, and him contract them to this company, Sunshine Mobile. Now, there's another company called The Leader. I'm going to show that to you next. Yeah, that's many as 8 cars operating. Look at that. Prime Minister, that many, that's 8 cars operating in Sunshine Mobile Company. Now, I know Mystic do this thing extensively, the income that he had when he entered politics. Because remember, his wife said them never even have enough money that they made that try to ask them relatives to pay money and them do a fish fry. And how much money him entered with. Mystic do a fantastic job on that. The question of the ask the Prime Minister, Mr. Big Man, where did you get that money from? Where you get all of the money from? Mm-hmm. So now you have 8 cars. Now look at what happened here. In November 2000, Prime Minister said him want to buy Sunshine Mobile. Remember now, him send him cars him over there and say, run them taxi and give me money. Later on, he said, I want to buy this company. So him have an owner, the owner named Bob Buchanan. I wonder if this Buchanan is related to the same Buchanan who's challenging the election results now. I don't know. But he said they agreed that the purchase price would be X amount. And them say, look at this right here. Mr. Buchanan owe the Prime Minister money that he borrowed from the Prime Minister's loan company, Omega Bridge Finance. See it right here. And that him will write off that debt there when he buy the company from him. And the Prime Minister is going to take control of the business and become a managing director. And him said he did that. He assumed the role January 2001. And that all shares would be transferred to the Prime Minister on the payment of the last weekly installment for the company. Because here it is right here. Right here. Him have him pay installments of $15,000 a week. Right? Now, look at what happened to Mr. Buchanan now. Look at this. You soon see it right there, son. It said that Mr. Holness managed a company from, here it is, 2001, right here, 2001, to right here, 2005, when the company went out of business. Look at the next sentence. The Prime Minister said that this company, Sunshine, what name? Sunshine Mobile. Remember, I'm buy it from the man, you know. Look at this. He said the company was not officially transferred to him as the owner died. And the deal was finalized, before the deal was finalized. So when the company was wound up and the assets sold, how much the Prime Minister get? Since he's claiming that the man died and the deal was never finalized, and how much him get?
That wasn't mentioned before either.
They never mentioned before, so the man dead.
No.
And, right. We don't know the circumstances under which. We're not accusing the Prime Minister of doing anything nefarious, but this man died. It says right here. Right? And he said, look at this. The Prime Minister said he also recalls that he recovered approximately 3.5 from the sale of Sunshine, and it was struck when it went out of business. So I don't know how this happened. He loaned the man some money, but at the same time, he's making payment to purchase the thing from the man. The man died, and he said the company was not officially sold to him, was not officially transferred to him. But then when the deal went through, we see the Prime Minister getting money. And look at this. He said the business was mainly cash-based and estimates yearly revenue of 10 million. Here it is right here, 10 million. That's what they make every year. And they have operating expenses of 6.4 million. And they had income of 3.7. And then when he walked away with 3.5. No, we don't even know when he said the assets were sold. Did he take back his cars, or were his cars sold? Because remember now, his cars, they were basically on loan. So did he get back his cars and then get 3.5 on top of that? Just asking questions. But look at this. It says right here, for Sunshine Mobile, the assets and the income derived. Here it is right here. I'm putting it in green. They were, look at the next word after word, never previously declared from 1998 to up to the date it was said to have been wound up and the assets sold. Assets were never declared. Mr. Prime Minister, where you get the money from? Next company, the Lido Taxi Service. He registered this company in June 1999 with his wife, Juliet Holness. How many of you knew that he and his wife were in the taxi business? See it right yourself? He and his wife, Juliet Holness. They're the main share with his wife, Juliet Holness, as the main shareholder. And him loving people him so much that he had 2 members of his constituency executive as shareholders and directors. I'm willing to bet you that the Westcon people, they were involved in this. I believe the Westcon people, the same people were involved in that scandal with the Prime Minister. I believe, not sure, but I believe that some of those people were involved in this taxi company with the Prime Minister and his wife. And look at that. Look at that. Look at this. It said here, he, the Prime Minister, indicated that he was not a registered director nor shareholder. It's just his wife and 2 members from his constituency. But he's the one, that's his business. He said this business was registered in June 1999. But look at that. He said he was neither a registered director nor shareholder, as he was, look at the next few words, advised against this level of exposure. Sounds to me like he spoke to a lawyer. Now, if he spoke to a lawyer, why didn't he go speak to an accountant as well to say, we're making money? Sunshine, we're making money and we're not declaring it, so what do I do? He had the presence of mind to go and seek advice about his exposure as a director or a shareholder. He has a presence of mind to do that and said, no, I didn't really get involved that far in that company because I was advised against this level of exposure. Well, the Prime Minister is not a lawyer and he's not an accountant. So who gave him that advice? And if he if he had the presence of mind to get that advice, then why is it that he didn't have the presence of mind to get the advice with the other companies and say, look, we have to pay taxes. We're making money. We have to pay taxes. Mr. Prime Minister, where did you get all of this money from? Look at this. It says, this business, this Delido, was interlinked with Sunshine Mobile, to whom Delido's motor vehicles were contracted. So you see what's going on here? They're moving cars between the companies, making money, and they're not reporting the income. Right? Now look at this, people. See this? Remember what he said with Delido? He said, I was neither a registered director nor shareholder. So if he's not a registered director nor shareholder, is he saying that, yeah, I'm a part owner, I'm owner, but I just didn't want my name on paper? It sounds like that's what he was saying if you read that. But if you're not a shareholder, if you're not a director, an employee, an owner of a company, then how you get money when the company is sold? How? Look at this. Mr. Holness noted that by the end of 2005, he recovered over $4.5 million from the sale of the leader's motor vehicles. You're not a member, see it right here. From the leader's motor vehicles, you know. Not Sunshine, the leaders. And look at this, his connection with this company and his income. Let me rub this out so you can see it clear as day. Here it is. The Prime Minister's connection with the leader and its income was previously, there's the word, unknown, and is now being brought in as proof of having had an additional source of income. All declarations from 1998 to 2005, 7 years, bear no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. Guess what, people? His wife is an accountant. His wife is an accountant. So how him have the presence of mind to get information that don't put your name on anything here, but you'll make money. Don't put your name on anything, but you know, we're doing business. And his wife, who's the accountant, didn't have the presence of mind to say, listen, we have to report income and the other things that we need to report. How come that didn't take place? So Prime Minister, where you get the money from? We are see where you get the money from now, you know. But like I said, Mystic cover the first part and shows you come in, you'd have millions of dollars. Despite denials. You had millions of dollars before 1998. And despite disputed numbers or sums, you had millions of dollars. And the question is, where did you get that money from? Then we go to this company called Omega Bridge. People, this is a loan company owned by the Prime Minister. It's no longer in existence, but this was owned by the Prime Minister. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Here's where it gets interesting. Remember now, he loaned money to Mr. Buchanan, you know, who owned the Lido taxi company. He loaned money to that man. So when the question came up, where did you get this money from to start a loan company, Mr. Prime Minister? Here's the Prime Minister's response. It says, he explained. The Prime Minister told them this. If he didn't, he would have said that's a lie. I said no such thing. This report was filed in court March of last year. To date, the Prime Minister has not come out to say this is a lie. I'd never said that to them. But here's what he said. He explained, the Prime Minister explained, that this business, this loan business, was initially funded by what? His parliamentary salary. Reinvested monthly payments, proceeds from the sale of assets, and receipts from the leader taxi company. Here's it again. Proceeds from the sale of assets and receipts from the leader taxi company. So even though his name wasn't on it, he was making money. He made money. The sale of assets and receipts from the leader. And eventually Sunshine Mobile, which is his company outright. That's how he said he started this loan company. And here it is. This business offered personal and salary reduction loans, bridge financing for small businesses, micro enterprise financing, and small business venture capital financing. Wow. Who else was in that company with him? Who else? Look at this. The figures that he submitted, the numbers, they said in his explanation, the numbers he gave them in his explanation is not the same numbers on the balance sheet. Something is not right. Numbers not adding up, and your wife is at the accountant. You couldn't ask her for help you? Look at this. Omega Bridge had office space. And they had CDs with ISA Trust totaling 1,905,695. I suspect that's Jamaican dollars, but still it's a lot of money because we're talking 2000. Here it is. And 2001. It's a lot of money. That's 25 years ago. 25, 26 years ago. Look at this. In 1999, 2000, and 2001, he's giving out loans totaling 12.7 million. That's a lot of money. Back in 1999 to 2001.
Where it come from to lend it out?
Mr. Prime Minister, the professor is asking where it come from to lend it out. Where you get the money from? You're telling the commission that here is, you're saying to them, I didn't tell you guys before, I didn't tell the tax people, but here is my money and here's where I think the money, here's where the money is coming from. Well, we know that it can't be. It can't be. And why didn't you tell us before? Why didn't you tell them before now? And look at this. Him say him give out so much money in total loans totaling 12.7 million. And him say by the time him closed the business between 2005 and 2006, he recovered 12 million or 70% of the loan portfolio. The number doesn't sound right to me, though. That's 12 million, that's 70%. No, that's not right. So 0.7 million at 30%. That doesn't sound right. But anyway, that's the number I'm giving. And him said these amounts were placed in passive investments, in stocks, CDs, repos, and alternative investment. Him have a right. Him have a right to call them schemes. See it right there, sir? Him a scheme him way through things. And him said, look, I removed myself as a director of this company when I became a government minister. And then look at this. And my wife was added as a director in 2007. No, people, it is essential to read and it's critical to understand. Reading comprehension is a must. Look at this.
Hold on.
He was removed.
1 second.
I think I know where you're going, because that's where I'm going. But go.
His wife was added as a director. Did we get her declaration?
No. We did not get her declaration. We didn't. That's why I was asking who else was in this company with him. But then look at this. He said, I removed myself when I became a government minister in when? 2007. And his wife was added as a director. When he gave up his position, his wife took over in 2007. But look at this. The business has been dormant since 2005. People want to see what's going on. It's not doing no in the business. But we're giving out money.
So
then look at hold on, Kevin, look at this. It wounded up mean them shut down the business. Him shut down the business between 2005 and 2006. But look at this. Him saying give up in post in 2007. This is after the business was.
So you have loans and investment schemes, but your business dormant. That's kind of like signing the document after you no longer work in the agency.
Hold on a second there. Hold on a second. Keep that thought right there. Keep that thought right there. Keep that thought. Keep that. That's why I'm not going to make a good team though. Keep that thought.
It said so.
Wait there, Kevin. Dum. Wait there.
Which one are they eat them?
The one when them signed the thing and the man gone.
Look down below, miscellaneous.
No, it's a video.
Oh yeah, man. That is there as going the.
Oh yeah, here it is. Remember what Kevin said? Kevin
just started my name.
Oh, you can sign. You sign things. You give a loan. Company are run, and the dates them not make any sense because you said the company shut down while the company is running. It's shutting down, and then 2 years after it shut down, you exit, right? And then your wife took your position as a director and a company that's dormant, that shut down. When them say we're winding up, means we're shutting down the company. Here's what that sound like. Tell me if this does sound like this. Listen to this.
In reference to your signature, you accept that it is your signature without seeing the particular document?
I'm aware of the process and what might have happened, and that is the only document that instance may happen. That is the only document that instance may happen. And so I'm saying that is the only document that may happen.
This is a former, former CEO of University Hospital of the West Indies, and you're questioning him about a signature that appeared on a document after he left the post. Similar to what we see going on here with Omega Bridge, where a company, the directorship is changing after the company shut down. Listen to this.
And it was done to facilitate emergency process of documents that are goods that are on the wharf, to be clear.
Member Miller, hold 1 second. The Auditor General wants to intervene at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I want to establish that the information that we have in the report, we got that from the ASICODA system, which is customs system. Based on what Mr. Allen is saying here, he's speaking to the letter, the concession letter. But it appears that Mr. Allen does not know that his signature is on a C-84 form that is dated the 25th of November 2023. Mr. Allen declared here just now that he left in 2022.
Yeah.
And it is for that reason why I think there was that outreach to speak to you to clarify this.
Okay.
This information we got from Jamaica Customs.
Right.
So, Mr. Allen, it is what is before us is more than just a form for internal purposes. This would be a form that would have authorized or certainly given customs the authority to act based on a signature, believing that this is the chief accountable officer of the university hospital. So it would be more than just the internal document that would go to the procurement department with your signature.
Chair, in that case, I don't know how my signature would reach on that document. I would not have signed such a document upon my departure. I don't know anything about that transaction whatsoever. So I am clueless where that is concerned, Chair.
All right.
I did not have sexual relations with this woman.
Honestly, similarly, the business shut down here. The business shut down in 2005, but we see that they're changing directors in 2007. So, and then also his wife, who's an accountant, look at this. She never filed taxes. They said investments. Wait there. See it right here, son. Investments and income from this business activity were not declared for the year 1998 to 2005. Well, somebody might say, well, his wife couldn't have filed because his wife didn't become a director until 2007. So you say, well, wait a minute. If the company closed down in 2005, what's his wife doing as a director on the company? What did she and what did they file?
So what did she sign to become a director of this dormant company?
We have to take a look at that, Kevin. We have to take a look at that. And look at this. When they start asking questions about these companies, you hear him say, oh, I did this to support my constituency. And that's why they were not declared to be a part of his asset. And look at what they said. They said, we have no choice but to reject that opinion. There it is. They're basically saying, you're lying, Mr. Prime Minister. You're lying. So where we're going through right now, we're going through three companies. We're going through four. We're going through Premium. We're going through Sunshine. We're going through the Leader. And now we just finish up with Omega Bridge. All right. Whoa, look at this. Investments in Cash Plus. We still have people alive who lost money in this scheme. Look at this. He said he could not recall the amount of the original investment, but he invested $2 million in May 2006. And he get that from a First Global Bank certificate of deposit, Mr. Prime Minister. Again, we're asking,
all right,
where you get the money from?
If this come from a CD that was cashed, how long was that CDing, and where was that money taken from to deposit to this CD?
Exactly. Follow the money. Follow the money and you've got the person. Don't follow the person, follow the money. Look at this. Him said June 30, 2006, the balance in the Cash Plus account was 4.6 million, which he said, the Prime Minister said, see it right here, which Mr. Holness, right here, Mr. Holness. And they said Mr. Holness said, he told them, meant that approximately 2.2 million was in the account prior to the 2 million deposit. Again, where you get the money from, Mr. Prime Minister? Here's what he said. Where we get the money from? We get the money from funds recovered from the proceeds of assets sold in dissolved businesses, of which we have already noted, he stated, was to support constituency as activities, which was rejected. We don't buy that notion.
Him get a the Kembe Motombo. No.
Yeah, now look at this. This investment has never been previously disclosed And from 2005, 2006, and it affects declaration for those years, 2005, 2006, and was in cash in 2007. So we're going through first Cash Plus. We're going to another one. First Global Bank Money Market. He opened this account in 2005 with an initial sum of 400,000. And look at this. And was never previously declared. This is, you want to see what's going on here, people. It's a pattern and practice of him doing this. It's not a one-time thing where you could say, yeah, I made a mistake. Remember when Prime Minister Edward Seaga said, forget to pay back the loan? That was a one-time thing, you know? You could have said, although we're not going to give him a pass, you can't forget to borrow so much money. But this, look at this. This is so many things we just never report. All right. First Global Bank Money Market. Let's go to First Global Financial Services, CDs. He invests 3 million. See it right here. In a CD at 12. Mr. Prime Minister, where you get the money from? And again, him get the same answer. From the sale of assets in dissolved business. And again, you see what I'm saying? We have already noted that and rejected. And in 2006, it took 2 million from this account and placed it in Cash Plus. Here is the critical thing with this. The investment was not previously declared, and it affects his declaration 2005, 2006. So people, you see, when we're not talking about 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 statutory declarations, we go all the way back to 2005 and 2006 and beyond. Remember, they said they went back to 1999. Look at that. So we have First Global. No, look at this. Personal loans. This is separate and apart. No, Kevin, from Omega Bridge, the company, Have money now you can lend personally. He made personal loans and advances to family members and friends between 2006 and 2010, which he did not, right as so, include in his personal assets. And make sure now who the Prime Minister lend money to. When I say the Prime Minister broke, right? Him coming broke and his wife are the one who have all of the money. His wife, rich, subtle. Look at this. Look right here. Just read right there. See what it say? Loans and advances of 1.38 million and 1.38 million Jamaican dollars and 92,000 US. To who? Let me click off all of this so I can see who I'm sending the money to. Look who the Prime Minister lend money to. Here it is. Loans and advances. Here it is. 92 million. To who? Mrs. Holness and her sister. Because they're doing a real estate development, Birdsucker real estate development. And them say they paid him back in 2009 when the project was completed. But look, the specific source of funding for these loans were not identified by Mr. Holness. Again, Mr. Holness, big man, where did you get this money from? Then we see him make personal loan to this gentleman here, Paul East. Right? And him lend money to some other people. But look here. Nothing was declared in relation to these personal loans and advances. So how is it that you can come tell people they must pay them taxes and they must do this and they must do that and set yourself up as the arbiter of ethics, that you are a leader and people must follow your example, and these are the and you're going to lead them down the righteous path. But these are the things you're doing. You're not paying, you're not declaring, and you're not paying taxes on these things. And look again what happened. The source of funding remains unclear and possibly may be attributed to funds stated as constituency support. And look at this. previously rejected by me. That is the investigator saying that. Then him go to Olint. Right? It is noted on the commission's file that a query was raised previously and statements were seen for 2000-2005 in relation to investments made. Doesn't say whether it was declared, but he had stuff in Olint. Now let me show you. Let me just quickly go through this now because we are running out of time. Look at this, people. Look at this. Source of funds invested in Olint investments. Right? When I saw this, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe this one here. So I have to redo it for you. I have to redo it. Our Prime Minister who come from humble beginnings and broke and can't explain where he get money from. Look at this. In his Olint account, at August 2007, the balance in this account, the Prime Minister's account, was what? US dollar. $1,214,177.71. You see that, people? See that? The Prime Minister. Where you get the money from? You remember that song there? I remember him VG. What's that?
Yeah.
Where you get your first money from?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Where the money come from, Mr. Prime Minister? I don't know. The commissioner asked you the question, where you get this money from? And him start talking about the leader and this and that. Oh, hold on. Look here. See him get some money, him say, from an annual fundraising dinner for his constituency and 5 million from his cash plus. We don't have time to go through all this thing except to say that, all right, look on that one now. We talked about this before now. Prime Minister of a boat, you know. I don't know, fishing boat, no little boat, no little lele boat. The man just go in on a paddle. No, we show the boat already, you know. We show a version of that boat, a model, same model. Yep. Big fishing boat. And look at that. In form a company named Panadian Limited. And where was that company formed? That company was formed not in Jamaica. It's not a Jamaican company. Here it was registered to facilitate the acquisition of a boat. Look at the price of the boat, $220,000 in 2008. That's a nice piece of change for a boat. That's a nice piece of change. And this company, I believe, was formed in the I think it's the British Virgin, somewhere in the Virgin Islands, I believe. It's another country.
Yeah, I think they got the boat from Trinidad. So
I don't remember where, but it's not. This company, I don't think Panadian is a Jamaican company. There it is. I'll big it up later. But in buy a fishing boat, you know, Prime Minister fishing. I'm fishing. I'm trying to remember where this boat came from, you know, Kevin. Trying to remember.
I remember something about Trinidad in one of these documents.
Yeah.
As it relates to some assets.
All right. We only have 7 minutes. Let me just quickly, just skip all of this. I'm going to show you one last thing and then that's it. I'll go down there and show you. Wait there. Okay. All right. We're going to end with this. Hold on to the seats now, you know. You hear them talk about the Prime Minister declaration is a problem 2021, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? You hear that? But I showed you in the beginning where they said that they've been looking at the statutory declarations from going back to 1999 when he entered Parliament. And surprisingly, they approved them. When they started going back and look, them say, wait a minute, something is wrong here. You know why the Prime Minister's statutory declaration can never be certified going forward? You know why? Well, my practically a gateway. See it right as a referral for prosecution. Then referring for prosecution in 2022. It is right here. But look at this. Yes, right there. Let me move the other them things on. Look at this, folks. Hold on to the seat now. Look at this. This is private and confidential. This is a report that they know after looking at the folder that he gave them concerning his business activities and their assessment. They said right here, the Information and Complaints Division believes that the declarant, who's the Prime Minister, had adequate knowledge, had the knowledge and the ability to confirm ownership of the financial assets and liabilities, meaning that there was an affirmative duty on his part to do certain things. And he didn't do it. So, what did they do? Look here, it says, it follows, therefore, that Andrew, Holness, look at the next word, knowingly. That's a crime. Knowingly made false statements in his statutory declaration for the period ending 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. No, or 2020, 2020. No, he didn't file for several years. So 2021, 2022, whatever, the last time he filed. No, look at when they're saying he knowingly made false statements. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. So it's not from 2021 to whenever. They're saying he lied on his statutory declarations for 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 2021. And we know what happened since 2021. So what they should do is they should go back and say, no, we have to go back and all of these approvals that and verification, we have to undo them. They have to undo them because they're saying that he made false statements and making false statements on a statutory declaration. No. Knowingly making false statements. You can make a false statement and not knowingly do it. There's no intention. But when you knowingly do something, there's an intention that's present. And they're saying he knowingly did it. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 2021. So those years, they cannot continue to have them certified. They have to undo that. And look, the Information and Complaints Division recommends that the declarant, that the Prime Minister, be what? Prosecuted for providing false information. Here it is, under the Corruption Prevention Act and the Integrity Commission Act. Mr. Prime Minister, sadly, you lost money in Cash Plus. The Prime Minister did okay in Cash Plus. I hear him tell Magoli that I lost money in Cash Plus, so I'm going to ask him the $1 million way have inside that one, man. You lose the whole of that? You lose that? We didn't even get to play the stuff we talk about with the debate because we have that lined up. But as usual, people, we can't finish the program with everything. We try hard, and more often than not, we don't get through all the material. And that's the case today. We won't get through all the material. But I think I've given you enough that you can make a decision now about the type of Prime Minister we have and his financial activities going all the way back there. You can make an informed decision now. You can. And so I'm going to leave it there. We'll get back to it some other time, but I'm going to leave it there. And this is the same man now. Remember what he said? Just because you're born in Jamaica doesn't make you a Jamaican. It depends on the choices you make for Jamaica. And I might expect that to meet Jamaicans. Cash Plus, was that a good decision? Olint, was that a good decision? The Lido, Sunshine, Omega Bridge, Premium, Vanadium. I rest my case. Professor, we only have a minute left, so go ahead and
We have seconds. We have seconds on the clock. Listen, catch up with y'all at 8 o'clock on Reggae Global Radio for the Saturday Stew, and tomorrow at 7 p.m. Don't forget.
Well, people, remember tomorrow night at 7. Tomorrow night at 7 we start with our conference. Actually, you know what we should have done? Let me play it again. See it, yeah?
Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.
Big up on yourself, people. I won't be on tonight, but tomorrow night, catch me. Catch all of us. 7 o'clock sharp. Reason with Rattigan. YouTube. We're going to start our conference. For the people, by the people, with the people. Big up on yourself.
The Global Jamaica Diaspora Coalition kicks off its second biennial Diaspora Conference online Sunday, June 14th to Thursday, June 18th from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 to 9 p.m. Jamaica time. Join this impressive lineup of speakers as they discuss and provide solutions to crime, agriculture, health, economics, tourism, and beach rights access. All are invited and it's totally free. No airline tickets, no hotels, no peddling. Just one diaspora, one voice. That's the second biennial Diaspora Conference, June 14th to 18th at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Join us on YouTube channel Reason with Rattigan. One diaspora, one voice, one Jamaica. Sponsored by our people, for the people.